Pike does not win this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Ooh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that white's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Today is the inaugural matchup of the main event. I'm incredibly excited. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you the coverage once again with the legend, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, as I said, it's the first JSCC matchup. There's a certain excitement, wouldn't you say, that comes with the inaugural matchup in a tournament and an event like this?
Oh, for sure, Danya. It's super exciting to be back here at the JSCC. We already had 3 qualifiers in the books, 2 of which went to overtime. So if that's any indication of what's to come, we're in for a very, very special event.
Yes, we are. Let us remind everybody of the format for the main event. This is the same format which we've seen over the past couple of years. There will be 3 time controls contested: 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1 in descending amounts of time. 90 minutes for the 5-minute, 60 minutes or an hour for the 3-minute, and Robert, 30 minutes for the bullet. But let's not discount the bullet, because the bullet has defined the results of so many different matches.
That's right. And because bullet rating and bullet skill, when we get down to the time crunches, those scrambles, it'll be a good indicator of who's going to be winning those scrambles.
Yes, and let's talk a little bit about the prizes. There is something called money that's on the line, and that money increases as you go from the round of 16, the initial rounds of the quarterfinals, to the semifinals, and in the finals, there's 2,500 to the winner and 2,500 divided by win percentage. There's always a significant amount divided by win percentage, which means that even if we have a lopsided match, you're not going to stop watching, because the players are still going to be putting in their all every single game. But Robert, the main prize is, of course, the ticket to the SCC that goes to the overall winner.
I don't know about you, but winning a bullet game and getting an additional $50, that sounds pretty good to me for a couple minutes of your time. So you're absolutely correct, though, that the main thing that all these players are vying for is that ticket, the golden ticket to the Speed Chess Championship.
And speaking of players vying for the golden ticket, we've had 3 more qualifiers determined in the last couple of days. 2 of them won through an unbelievable overtime. These qualifiers were just a great appetizer round. Aronia Ghosh, Andrew Hong, and international master Mohammad Muradli, who actually swept his opponent in the finals of the 3rd qualifier. So he is a very deserving entry into the JSCC. As we look at the overall bracket, we can see here the matchups for the round of 16 today is Jacobson against Nesterov. But Robert, already in the first round, we've got so many juicy, fascinating matchups.
We certainly do, including this one. And I just have to give Andrew Hong the nickname Green Goblin, because he doesn't have a picture yet, and his username on chess.com is Speed of Light. So it feels like the Green Goblin is an apt nickname for him.
Well, I was going to say, speaking of the Green Goblin, and then segue from that to thanking our main sponsor, but I'm not sure how that's going to work. So I'm just going to thank our main sponsor for bringing this amazing event to the table. The Susquehanna International Group, SIG, is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. All right, Robert, we are going to make our final checks, make sure that the players are set, that they know the format, and that they know the rules. We are going to go on a very short break. When we come back, the inaugural matchup of the round of 16 of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG will begin. We will be back in a couple of moments.
I'd classify trading as a game, really, that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Before we go any further, please don't forget to submit your bracket prediction now. And I mean right now, because the match is about to start, using the command !fantasy in chat or by going to go.chess.com/JSCC bracket. All one link, go.chess.com/JSCC bracket. Fill yours out. We made sure that we filled out ours, didn't we, Robert?
We really did. And I think that we have very different choices as to who is going to be winning their matches. But either way, Daniel, we know it's going to be exciting, starting with his very first match. And I wonder what the fans think. I want to hear some voting. And we have insights on the players. So I want to see the fans voting on who they think is going to win this match.
Yeah, and perhaps the insights will help you conceptualize who these players are. Brandon, I think, is a household name among everybody in the chat. But don't sleep on Arseny Nesterov. Although he loses, you can see a lot more games by flag. I think if he speeds up, Nesterov is a force to be reckoned with. Let's have a look at the Smarter Chess stats presented by chessgoals.com. We can see here, Robert, unquestionably, on paper, Brandon is the favorite. Higher bullet rating. The estimates give him the edge, but not by, a huge margin.
Yeah, he's a 65% favorite overall, but he's a slight favorite in most time controls there. So as we pick up the insights, I think that's what's most telling is that Brandon Jacobson, he does not lose on time very often.
No, 7% losses by flag to 30%. Zeroing in on that is quite important. Let's also not forget that there is a 1 second increment in the JSEC, and that is often a game changer for players who are used to playing a little bit more slowly. So I guess a big X factor today, something to watch, is of course going to be Arseni's clock. And in my experience playing with Nesterov, Robert, I have similarly observed that when he keeps his clock well managed, he's incredibly good in the middle game. He's very sharp tactically. He's hard to beat, but when he takes too long, that's his main Achilles heel. Will Brandon be able to exploit that? We shall find out.
And I think in classical chess, if I'm not mistaken, these players are pretty much identically rated. So they have similar strength over the board. Of course, they may thrive in different parts of the game, but by rating OTB similar on chess.com, it is Brandon who's favored. But then I think you would admit that 30-second chess versus, say, bullet with that 1 second increment, there's a huge difference there.
There is a massive difference. And that cannot be underestimated. Of course, time scrambles happen. That's partly why we love the JSCC, but they don't happen quite to the same extent. In any case, we'll find out. The games have begun. The gong has sounded, and Robert, an English defense essayed by Brandon in the first game.
Well, not much defending is happening right now. B4 attacking this bishop. And Danya, these lines with the throwing these pawns forward on the queen side, white has gained a ton of space, but perhaps those pawns, in particular B4, could become a target.
Yeah, I mean, I never really had a good finger on the pulse of how to play these systems with white. I always get overextended in the center. Somehow black goes d5 and then puts a knight on d4 and blasts open the e-file. But, you know, this does seem like a reverse Sicilian, and Brandon is a Sicilian player with black. Bishop e2, whoa.
Well, b4 is not really hanging because the pawn e5 is loose. So if we were to see this exchange, the rooks are staring at each other, the queen can take, and already black has to defend this pawn with like d6, which means that b4 is safe and sound.
Yeah, that's an interesting little nifty idea. d6 by Arseni, knight f3. Now, black could play e5, e4, but while that would clamp down on the d3 and f3 squares, it would give up the d4 square, and white could later still go d2, d3. So it's important for black not to overextend himself, and we see Nesterov preparing to fianchetto his bishop.
And on the note, d4 is played, and now I'd be more likely to play move e4. But the thing about this position is white is the only side with a dark squared bishop. So as soon as you make a move like pawn e4 and you commit to that, you open up this beast that's fianchettoed here. So I don't think that you really want to push e4. If you do, you're going to have to time it right. And I think, Danya, with the knight heading on over to the king side, maybe e4 is more tempting.
Yeah, when you're ready to start attacking, you can go e4. But in addition to opening up the beast on b2, it closes down the beast on b7. So black should keep the tension. Jacobson is slightly better here. He's got the two bishops slightly more of a piece of the pie in the center. But I know some players who are very comfortable in these structures with black. And this is one of those positions where it's more about your comfort level than it really is about the objective damage. Correct.
That's right. No, I'm totally with you, because black can often throw pawns forward over here on the king side, and that's why knight d2 was played, trading off this pony on e4. The second knight can serve as a reinforcement, but then white can even push this pawn to f3, shutting down that bishop on b7 and forcing some trades.
Yeah, the bishop on f1, its defensive role cannot be underestimated. It's basically canceling out any of these queen g5 ideas that otherwise might add some fuel to the fire. So it's really not easy for black to generate any significant weighty play on the king side.
Yeah, there's sometimes where if you're not looking, a knight g5, knight h3 check could come out of nowhere, but that's a little too obvious.
Well, it reminds me of the time of the Dortmund Sparkassen meeting when I fell prey to this kind of tactic by Johan Gerdersen. Knight takes d4. We have our first trade of minor pieces in the middle game. What will Arseni recapture with? Takes back with the knight. Now, will Brandon play d4, d5, Robert, at some point?
If he can get all his pawns rolling, I mean, what white really wants to go for is the c5 break at the right moment. But if you ever move this rook from a1, you give up the a file. The rook on a is happy, so he plays e4 directly, and he says, I don't need to play d5 yet. My pawns are just shutting down your bishop.
Brandon has a great position here. No attack on the king side to speak of, central control, but one consolation for black. First of all, Arseni trying to wrest control of the a file from him. The second point to not to forget is that black is still very solid. There are no targets, so white center might look nice, but until you actually create attackable targets, it's going to be hard to make further progress.
That's correct. This bishop on a1, it's trying to pry open this diagonal, but that's why Nesterov is not taking on d4. That would be a big positional mistake, because as soon as this bishop replaces the pawn, you see the scope of the bishop increase. So this tension is going to remain for the foreseeable future.
Knight d7, I like that move, lending reinforcement to the e5 pawn. And the appeal of d4, d5, to me, seems pretty high. And then perhaps you can try to get c5 and trying to get the bishop from d2 to e3. That could be one idea. But Brandon, you can see him focusing his pieces instead on the long diagonal. He is trying to provoke Black into taking on d4. Arseni definitely shouldn't do that. I'm on the same page with you.
Yeah, but if you play f6 to shut down that bishop for good, that weakens the light squares, and that's why you're reacting that way. If you play f6, now I really want to play d5, g3, bishop h3, and start using this diagonal for my bishop. So instead, I like that move, Danya, queen to g5. And if I'm not mistaken, at some point, you may have to be on the lookout for some aggressive play from Black.
Yeah, because White's going to keep improving. G3 here is merits consideration. Brandon plays it. The drawback is that it weakens f3, and so now e takes d4 for the first time becomes something to consider, because you can follow it up with knight e5. But if you fall asleep, Brandon's going to go bishop f1 to h3, knock out the knight on d7, and obviously then he's going to be threatening to win a pawn on e5. So it's decision-making time for Arseni, who's down in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably considering this. He doesn't really want to allow the future f3, f4, but that does loosen White's control over the center and important squares. So you start with queen h5. That's a great move, Danya, stopping bishop h3 and putting pressure on the f3 pawn.
And forcing Brandon to make a decision. Does he park his bishop on g2? It doesn't look too appealing there. Another point not to forget about, once you play bishop g2, you lose the grip on the c4 pawn, and that's, I think, why Brandon decides to keep the bishop on that diagonal. But now his king side does have some holes in it. Let's see if Arseni can exploit them.
This bishop on b7 is just not the piece you want it to be. No. It's capable of more, but for now, it's just staring into this pawn on e4. But how do you increase the pressure if you're thinking about this from Arseni's perspective? And you want to get your minor pieces into the game. Your rook is perfectly placed in the open file, but where to next? Like, I want my knight to e5, so I'm thinking about taking on d4, but there's risk to that decision. You're
asking the million-dollar question. F7, F6, that's not a move you play if you're too confident in your course of action. So Arseni puts more pawns in the dark squared bishop's way, but he obviously creates weaknesses in his own right. I don't know if Black has a clear way of making progress on the king side, Robert. I think maybe just queen F7 and just hold on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really want to retreat, but I was going to point out that rook A1 trying to take away the A file, there could be a problem if we trade and the queen gets distracted back here. Bishop takes E4, something to look out for. There could be G4. I see that it's tactically sharp, but this bishop on E2 could lose its defender. So this pawn E4 may be capturable. That's a great call. Very easy thing to blunder. So maybe it's finally time for D4, D5. I've been calling for that move for ages, but it's incredibly committal. I understand why Brandon's not playing it. It's very committal. You can't take it back. And keeping the tension in the center might very well end up in White's favor when, all of the checks are balanced at the end of the day. Right. And D5, you want to follow D5 with C5 as you've been talking about, but that seems difficult with 3 black pieces staring at that square. So maybe C5 is not in the cards and he plays it right now. It's a big move. He waited for you to say cards and then he played C5. Wait, so if you take on D4, then take on C5, then what is exactly this queen opens up to the C5 square. Oh, but does Brandon have F4 after everything is taken on C5? Forcing the queen back, and then bishop takes C5. Then there's queen E8. Oh my God, things get really complicated there. Right, because you're kicking the queen away, but as you're pointing out, queen E8, queen takes E4, this bishop and queen line up for checkmate, and of course it's zeros. It always is zeros. It always is. But Arseni doesn't go for this. He goes king H8. He's down to a minute on the clock. And it's still not obvious how Brandon should follow up. He's played C5, but Black is holding strong. It seems when you get the move C5, you should just be winning. That's how you often think about this position. You played C5, it's winning for White. But what Arseni shows is that it's not that easy to continue. If you take, it's a simple trade. Now this rook not only has the A file, it could swing over to the C file because that's a newly opened line. So Brandon still ahead on the clock, but only by 10 seconds now. This is going to come down to who's better equipped in the time scramble. Yeah, I mean, he's taking his time down to a minute, 5 seconds. And for the first time, he's down. Okay, I was about to say down on the clock. Then he made a move. He took D6. Okay, what is the follow-up? Rook A1, and isn't there this bishop takes E4 tactic? Oh, then there's G4.
Right.
Oh, what a trick.
Let's move G4 at the end because the bishop on E2 is loose, which is why F takes E4 there wouldn't work. But G4 closes down the diagonal, attacks the queen, and then next you take on E4. Now that gives black plenty of play against the white king. It just doesn't look sufficient for an advantage. In fact, you'd probably, at best, make a draw in that scenario.
Agreed. Arseni down to 30 seconds. Queen E8 was also a possibility to keep control of the A file, but he does take. And will he go for this line? Bishop takes E4, G4. He might have to. I mean, if he gets down too much on the clock, he takes D4 first.
Maybe he wants that knight finally to venture to the E5 square.
Okay, but I don't really trust that idea. Now he's got all these weaknesses.
And he goes knight E5. He could definitely not take on E4 anymore. There was G4, so he goes knight E5, directly attacking the pawn. This queen can slide on over to F1.
F1 or D1, and bishop takes E4 is taken off the table. B6 is weak. Brandon goes queen D1.
Maybe
I feel like
B5.
Arseni misjudged this.
But there's F4. But I was thinking, can you give up the knight essentially to open up this diagonal? One of those big questions.
Well, now he's given up the B6 pawn, but not because he wanted to, because he had to. He breaks through in the center with D5. It's not far from over. White's king is still worrying me just a little bit, Robert, especially as they get into a time scramble phase.
For sure. And I could also see a future where opposite colored bishops come into play. If this knight gets annoying, like knight C4, and you feel like you have to take it, then we get opposite colored bishops. It's very hard to win those positions. So bishop D4, Arseni getting down in time trouble. He's got to move.
10 seconds, knight C4, knight C6. There's nothing too appealing here. Bishop C5, and for now the knight is dominated. He drops back to C3, but queen A7 check.
Oh.
Ooh, queen E3.
Oh, looks threatening, but maybe as you say to paper tire, you don't want to take a bishop because you lose your bishop on E2.
And now Brandon can push B5. And the further that pawn goes, the more it strains black's resources. Queen E3 looks really good here. Brandon's going to finish this.
If you took on E5, we're taking with the pawn, just play E4 next. And Brandon, ahead on the clock with that pass B pawn. Push it.
E6. Then there might be knight C4, but then there's
queen E8. And bishop D3. It's mate.
And that simply mates.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game by Brandon. That was so smooth.
Checkmate.
From start to finish. I mean, that was a positional masterpiece right there.
He had control the entire game. And it's a big win for Brandon. He gets the match off on the right foot. And for Arseni, he was playing pretty solidly, but too slowly, right? He's very deliberate in his choices, Danya. And then he was down about 15 seconds in crunch time. And Brandon's too good at bullet.
I'm going to say two things. The first is that not only is Brandon too good at bullet, Brandon is a great positional player. He's good at keeping attention. You are not going to beat Brandon by playing bunker chess, right? I feel like the only chance you have is if you go after Brandon with both colors, aggressively. You put him in situations where his king is unsafe. Arseni didn't manage to do that. A King's Indian, I have not succeeded against Arseni personally with a King's Indian, but it's clear that Brandon has prepared something. FG and Rook F4, I think, might be a line here.
Look, there it is. And it's a beautiful exchange sacrifice. Because, Donna, I make fun of the King's Indian bishop all the time. And this is so instructive by Nesterov. He's not taking that rook. Had he taken the rook here, after E takes F4, not only is this G5 pawn under attack, look at how strong this bishop is in the long diagonal, and black's already better.
And that's why chess is such a beautiful game. It's all situational. You think white's up in exchange. That's a lot of material. But that bishop, man, if that diagonal gets opened, there will be hell to pay for white. B4 by Nesterov, and that rook just chilling on F4. Can black just grab on G5?
Well, if you grab with the queen, then you're walking into a pin, although there's this
I meant with a knight, though.
Of course. So you're taking with the knight, that does look way more appealing. And if you take pawn takes, the queen can't gather this pawn because the bishop stares at this knight, and that's with check. So you can play knight takes G5. I wonder what the follow-up will be there. To my eyes, looks like a good grab. Oh my gosh.
I think Nesterov is just playing on the queen side. He's just saying, I'm going to ignore everything that's going on the king side. You can take whatever you want to take. I'm leaving your F4 rook B, but I'm not leaving you B on the queen side. Not even close.
And it's a good idea because F3 is defended by multiple pieces, the knight and the bishop, so it's not going to be under fire. And C5 really does help white break through on the queen side. So Danya, knight G5 is one of those moves I feel like maybe you have to play at this point. You've committed yourself so much. What are you going to make a move like rook F7? Then your knight can't move because the queen and bishop defend the G5 pawn. So he does in fact take it.
Yeah, you can't, climb half of the mountain and then say, now I'm just going to go back. Knight takes G5, knight B8. Brandon trying to get that knight back into civilization through d7. Interesting idea.
Right, but white with this space over here.
And c6 looks interesting because if you take twice, there's queen d5 check.
That's right, vacating the d5 square first for the knight, but if you take on c6, then for the queen, and that is a win of a piece.
And he's played it. And he's just burying Brandon's pieces on the queen side. This is trouble. This is big trouble.
Because of the line you were just showing with the tactics, a lot of people would be tempted to play b6. But then after b5, great knight you have there. Never getting out.
Ridiculous. I've gotten myself into that situation so many times in the King's Indian, because this can happen, right? You play on the king side, you ignore the queen side completely, and before you know it, half of your pieces are just permanently buried under a pile of rubble.
Yeah, and it's only rubble from one person's perspective. From the other, it's a piece of art, and he takes it. What? So he gives
Brandon feels that the situation is this desperate.
Can you take on f4 first? Because the queen does defend the knight here.
I think you might be able to, and I think that's what he's thinking about.
Is it even necessary? What do you just take the knight?
Right, because you're also attacking the rook, but then I guess black has bishop d7, so you might regret not taking the rook. I think both options lead to winning positions. Wait a minute. Takes. I don't really see anything in either case. I would just take the knight. I wouldn't toy with the bishop on g7.
Right, you don't want to open that thing up over here. I get that. So what is Arseny thinking about? Can he take a full rook? Because if he takes the exchange and then the knight, that's an extra rook for maybe a couple pawns. And he wants to be precise here. He has plenty of time, still over 3 minutes. And I want to remind everybody that the typical blitz game at the Grandmaster level is 3-minute chess. So to have more than 3 minutes remaining and to be in this kind of tactical position that he knows is good for him, it's wise to use his time. And he does, in fact, just play queen d5, as you suggested, Danya. It's a piece.
It is a piece, and Brandon doesn't have anything going on the king side right now to show for it. Now, there's always chances. That's why I love the King's Indian, because no matter how many pieces you're down, and I'm not exaggerating, I think you'll co-sign this, there's always going to be swindle chances. It's just in the DNA of the King's Indian as an opening, especially in blitz.
Yeah, no, I'm not a geneticist. I don't know much about DNA, but I do know that it is.
You're hilarious.
In the King's Indian DNA to always have some shot against this king. Look at the king on e1. Where's it going? It can't castle queenside. The rook already moved. And if it tries to castle kingside, you're just walking into more danger. So it's going to stay in the center is the answer to that question. And it's protected by a bunch of pieces.
And I would seriously consider going knight g1 to h3 and perhaps even tucking the knight back defensively to f2, although it can chill on h3 and he plays it. King e1 to d2 is also possible. Knight f2. Okay, I would play king d2, and then you're threatening knight g5. I think queen h4 is just impulsive. I don't like knight f2.
Yeah, I feel like both players are chalking this up to a victory for white. So that's why queen h4 is played. Like, I'm losing. I might as well give a check. Okay, queen. Is the queen just going to get trapped? Like king d2,
king d2,
and rook g1?
Yeah, king d2, rook g1 looks pretty darn convincing. Even rook takes f3 can be met with rook g1. Or this. Oh, bishop f1 and rook h1. Oh, he's going to win the queen.
But the queen escapes back to g3 if you go rook h1. Oh my gosh, it's knight e2.
Knight g4. Oh, even better. Beautiful.
Yeah, that queen's trapped.
That queen. There's so many white pieces that are surrounding it. I mean, Brandon, you're absolutely right. I think both players, especially Brandon, his heart wasn't in the defense here. Which I don't like. I think he has chances here if he doesn't get his queen trapped.
I was going to say a similar thing, that one of the topics we mentioned when speaking of Hikaru Nakamura is how resourceful he is as a defender. That Eval Bar can say +3 in his opponent's favor, and he's always making it tricky. So you need to use that as best you can. And by the way, Nesterov, I see 1 bar of connection here.
Yeah, Monka S. And he's taking his time here as Brandon rolling out the Catalan. Okay, he's going for between 1 and 4 bars. That's not exactly reassuring. So it's a slight wide delta there.
Yeah, full throttle. No in between. He's just
new.
Knight c3. So Danya, in these Catalan positions, the move a6 was played. b5 can be played at some point to defend this pawn c4. But of course, this Catalan bishop is waiting in the wings for you to touch that b pawn.
I have a very sort of old school skeptical view of any Catalan system for black that involves trying to cling to the pawn. Every time I look at a Catalan game where black plays one of these a6, rook b8, knight a5 systems, I feel like black just gets crushed in the center.
I would agree with that because white has 2 pawns there and black only has 1.
There is rook b8. I feel like all of these systems involve rook, and then white plays e4, d5, knight d4, 1-0. So I'm exaggerating slightly, but I personally find this to be very, very difficult to play with black.
And bishop e7 first, just calmly
like
waiting, because now b5 is an idea, but as you point out, d5 is often the response.
Rook d1 maybe as a prelude to that, and he plays it. He's already up a minute on the clock.
Is this the peace sack line?
Oh,
is it this
I know
line?
what you're talking about. It might be.
Like something like that. And this is all I know. I get here and that's all I know. I know that this exists, and the EVOR says it's about equal, sure, but this position is equal. It's just dynamic.
Wild position, but Arseni deviates. It goes knight b4. Okay, which makes sense on paper. He's going to d3. On the other hand, he's ceding the e5 square for white's knight. I don't know about that.
And if knight e5, maybe there's bishop b7, just taking care of the c6 square, because white's threat after knight e5 is play a3 and then knight c6 with a fork of pieces.
But I'll do the exact same thing. If you go bishop b7, I'll play a3. And then after knight drops back to c6, I'll capture it, and I'll play d5.
So maybe after knight e5, there's knight d7? Is that the solution?
But then, oh, and if a3, you play knight takes e5, and the other knight can hide away on d3.
Yeah.
Hide is not the right word. It can
plop.
Hide right in white's face.
Yeah, it plops
like the
down.
purloined letter, hide in plain sight.
Oh gosh, so knight e5, knight d7, just to show that variation quickly, and we'll get back to the game, is that the point is after knight takes e5, d takes e5, it looks like you're winning a piece because the queen and knight are under attack. We're talking about knight d3, just covering up the d file, protected by a pawn. This is losing for white. So instead, we did see the move d5, and Brandon strikes in the center, Danya. It's a move you can't take back, but you mentioned how oftentimes white just wants to put a pony on d4 and aim for some vulnerable squares.
Knight d3 by Nesterov, and this greatly increases the appeal of knight d4 because now you'll be threatening a fork on c6. On the other hand, knight d4, let's say black plays bishop b7. I think Arseni is doing a great job here of sort of complicating the game, making it more double-edged. I don't see anything crushing yet in the center, so maybe I exaggerated. You know what happens in these lines? People are expecting a total central destruction.
And I could see a queen sack. You would think, what do you mean queen sack? If d takes e6, bishop e6, knight e5, just trying to win your pawn back here. I was wondering if you just can give up your queen, because in this variation, you have a minor piece, a rook, and a pawn for the queen. And it says it's better for white, but I would say this is far from clear with the activity of black's pieces.
Right. And look at you calling it a queen sack so that people can say Robert has proposed a queen sacrifice. I see what you're doing there. You know, that's like the that's like the joke, the old Russian joke about I've told it before on stream. The basic idea is man walks up to his friend and says, "Hey, I just started a company. I'm the CEO. How many employees are there?" Or sorry, I'm the vice president. How many employees are there? 2. The president and the vice president. So queen sack.
Hey, you can call me VP all day if you want, but bishop b7, your line, you're the one who was predicting this. D takes e6 looks like it wins a pawn until you recognize that you lose your knight on d4. I'm not taking back on e6. So this just kind of looks bad for white all of a sudden.
Now it does. Bishop e3 by Brandon to protect the knight, but it's too little too late. He takes d5, his center is starting to collapse, and knight f5, it may seem intimidating, but black is just going to castle.
You don't have enough firepower. You need the queen to come to g4, but there's knight on f6 covering that, and you can't even play e5 in these variations. The knight on d3 can grab that pawn, and if you take on d5, the king goes out of here. Oh, does play e5.
Whoa, another pawn sacrifice. So knight takes e5. Does he want bishop g5 and bishop takes f6 to open up the e file at least?
I guess. So how much is...
Then he could go knight e4.
Yeah, I was about to say, how many pawns is black already up?
I don't even want to count.
But if you play knight e4, Danya, then you're walking to knight f5, queen g4 kind of stuff. And he plays it,
Well,
and it's justified.
knight f5 castles, queen g4. What if I just go g6? What are you going to do to me?
I don't have all that much. I can win this pawn on e4, but that you're now 2 pawns, and this knight on d3, that's not going anywhere.
That knight on d3 is honestly the hero of the position for black, because it not only just sits there in white's grill, it also covers the d file, and it's almost impossible to remove without sacrificing something.
So queen g4, step 1. If castles, bishop h6 will likely be the response, just trying to go for
Knight takes
quick
c5 now.
checkmate.
Looks pretty good.
Oh, and he just plays g6. He's like, I don't need a castle. You're not going to attack me with your 1 pawn going to e6. Not afraid. Don't you have to, though, if you're Brendan? Play e6?
You have to try. Although black can castle there, for example. just I don't care. You can do what you will. I'm not afraid of that pawn.
Yeah, it's not very pleasant for white. You're down 2 pawns here, and if your idea is just to win a pawn back on e4, once we trade everything, b2 will be under attack later, and e5, as you mentioned, is already can be captured. No good.
I actually think that might be white's best practical chance. Take on e4 twice. Wait, apparently that was wrong. He had to go h5?
Whoa, 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 whoa. If we go back a move here, he had to play h5 first. You are correct. Kicking the queen away from this knight on e4.
And now what happens after bishop takes e4 is that Arseni is going to suffer greatly on the light squares, right? If he castles, for example, then white already has ideas associated with knight c6 and knight f5, and there's all sorts of attacking ideas. So all of a sudden, the situation is greatly complicated, as you can see by the eval bar, which actually gives white an edge now.
Yeah, slight advantage for white, despite being a pawn down. I think the players, they're looking at this position, they say complicated. There's no eval swinging to the head, although after knight e5, oh my goodness, you're walking into all sorts of stuff here, it feels like.
But what exactly does he have? If black goes back to d3, which is what Arseni just did, rook takes d3? No.
I was looking like a rook d3 and a knight c6 kind of idea.
Yeah, queen e5 is also can be thrown in.
That works, right? With queen
Bishop
e5?
takes e6?
So in this position, right, if what we takes, and then put bishops, you said bishop c6?
Bishop c, oh, because king f8, there's a fork on e6.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
wow.
my lands. And if you trade, then there's that fork is devastating, because queen c8, Robert, I think then you play queen e5.
Everything is hanging.
Fork.
Everything is hanging.
Knight takes c7 is mate.
Okay, but to see bishop c6. So if we go back in this variation here after it takes, to stop 1 square short of the capture, you know how I love those tactics. And he played.
I know.
He did not play rook takes d3, bishop takes d3, and you see the evaluation bar. It went all the way down because now it's black going for checkmate.
And c5 probably too opportunistic, because that rook on b8 would be hanging, but just castling seems plenty sufficient for Arseni. And that's why, Robert, and you'll back me up on this, you've got to take the eval bar with a grain of salt. That was not a +5. That's like, you're up a knight and you're winning in 5 different ways. You have to find an insane tactic in order to prove that eval bar right.
Yeah, bishop c6 check. I mean, come on. That's one of those not really human ideas. And still,
I hate Arseni's last move.
Yeah. He's walking himself into trouble here, Danya.
Bishop f8 might be necessary.
And Brendan only has 13 seconds. So you could try to play for the clock, but we know how good Brendan is in time trouble. I might even play queen h5.
I've made that mistake so many times, thinking there's just no way that he's going to make this many moves in this short a time span. Queen h5 is great, because queen g7 runs into bishop e5, which basically traps the queen.
A queen h5, and we trade quickly. This f5 square frees up. I would be nervous about that if I'm Arseni.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's getting into time trouble as well. What's he going to do, you think, Danya?
I think he's going to play bishop f8.
He does. Queen f4 back. Are we going to see a draw? No way.
Bishop g7.
Wow.
Now he prepares castling cold-blooded.
Great decision. And 5 seconds for Brandon. He wants to take c7, but he sees the castle is about to happen. Okay, you can't move this knight because queen f3 is hanging.
Oh, queen c7. Now rook c8 looks good. I wouldn't take on d4, because then there's bishop takes d4.
That's correct. And the rook protects his f3 pawn. You can even play queen takes a2. You just want to go
Yeah.
pawn hunting?
I would take
that
it
pawn.
now.
Take the pawn. You have to.
This is where Arseni has to step it up in time pressure.
He goes rook c4 with a pin, and b3 kicks the rook back.
But Brandon's outplaying him. Arseni has not made any progress there. Bishop e5, maybe?
Queen g5. Oh
Bishop
my
e3,
gosh.
Bishop e3, and
He walks right into it.
Oh, man. And now it's still not over, Robert. This
No.
game is not over. Look at the dark squares around Black's king.
I'm also looking at the clock. 7 seconds for Arseni. He goes queen c5. Good move. But what's here?
Okay.
All sorts of discoveries. Queen c7 check with strong queen
Brandon
f4.
is solid. It's hard to get to White's weaknesses. Queen g4, maybe?
And then the king moves moves away.
Right.
Now queen g4 is very tempting. He's going rook takes e2 was a threat.
H4.
H4.
Look, that's a great move.
Mm-hmm.
Now queen g4 looks good.
Oh, bishop b7 to c8, mate.
Woo, wow. And
It's
he's
mate.
in, but it doesn't matter.
You have to go rook g4. You don't even have to take that rook if you don't want it, but he does because it's completely winning. Wow.
The only thing that could hurt Black right now is a fork. Uh-oh.
Oh, he walked right into one.
Move.
Oh my gosh, you got forked.
It's still winning, but now it's far from simple. Oh, my
King h4,
lands.
bishop g3.
Oh, but he's gonna
play,
take a pawn.
play b4.
A5.
Don't get made in the h file. That's what you have to avoid as well.
Queen d8 check.
Okay.
How can Arseni promote his other pawn?
Oh gosh, this bishop is scary now.
There's some mate threats. Rook e5, rook e8.
The king can escape.
Oh, but h5.
Okay, he stopped it. He stopped it for now. H1, he went right into mate.
Oh my goodness,
He-
what a crazy time scramble.
He was doing such a good job of creating complications, and he
God.
self-mated.
But the speed with which Arseni saw that was incredibly impressive. And this bodes well for Arseni's chances in the match, Robert. He did not lose his mind in a time scramble.
You know what doesn't bode well for his chances? That he keeps going down to 1 bar of connection.
That is very true. That is a true statement.
He can play very well, but if he doesn't have time to play well because he's lagging out, then that's an issue. But it has stabilized. That's the good news for him. And we're in a QGD, a Queen's Gambit declined, down to so much tension in the center already.
Yes, and this is definitely theory. I never know. I always get confused between these various lines.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help you out, buddy, but knight takes d5 played. So if you take h4, you lose c5. So you probably should just take...
Right, you're taking d5, I guess, yeah.
The IQP position, after bishop e7, queen e7, you're stuck with an isolated queen pawn, which some people actually like playing with. I hate it. Ooh.
Ooh. Bishop takes h4. I hate it too, by the way. Now, queen takes e5. He wants to keep the 2 bishops.
And knight takes h4, queen h4. It's very active play for black. Even if
I
you
definitely wouldn't. I would not take that pawn. I would
No.
just go bishop e2 or something.
I would even consider queen d4, or at some point just to trade queens, because this pawn's on a light square, which means your bishop is going to be worse as black. So I would consider this move, even if I wouldn't actually play it.
Do not take that pawn, especially not against Brandon.
No.
Just pretend it's not hanging.
Yeah, it's good advice. Do not capture that pawn. And he plays bishop d3, and maybe next we could see queen d4.
I think bishop d3 is great because it prevents a potential black rook from dropping into e4 in the event of a queen trade. Ooh, what a tricky move by Brandon.
He wants bishop h3 in the event of castling. Although he goes for it.
Bishop e4?
Why would you want that endgame? Bishop e4 takes. We trade now. Obviously, white has a worse structure.
You just forgot about bishop h3, and he's lucky he has bishop e4.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's 0-1.
Yeah, if you play g3, which is the only other way to stop checkmate, you simply lose an exchange. So bishop e4 here, it's a fancy tactic. It does defend mate, and we might see a queen trade where black is better, but winning that position, that's a whole other story.
That's going to be really difficult because of the presence of open files. White's going to go rook c1, rook d1. Black's probably going to go rook c8, rook d8, and white's king can defend the weaknesses from g2.
That's right. So what it's going to come down to is black going to be able to actually seize one of the open files and be able to plant a rook on the second rank here.
Now, are there alternatives to d takes d4? Because if you allow the bishop to drop back to f3, and again, we've got the IQP position, I think white is out of the woods.
Right. So, and in fact, white could suddenly just be better because you're playing against the pawn here. And so we see the trade. Black slightly preferred, but you need to be so accurate here. If rook d1, Is there like a rook d3 potentially? I don't think so.
Rook c8. Black tries to get to the open files before white. Now, can you trade if you're Nesterov and go like rook c1? Probably not yet. Maybe you should get your king. Where do you go with your king? F1, E1, or G2, G3? It's uncomfortable for white.
It is, because black is getting a rook down to the second rank first. You might even start with king G2. It's a possibility here, because if a very direct line is if we trade rooks, you play rook C2, and I play B3, or check you first. But I'm going to try to check you. And once the king was here, play B3, you take A2, I go rook D7, and hit multiple pawns. Something like this should be sufficient for a hold.
Yeah, because at most, black can just get another trade, B3 pawn for A7 pawn, and he's going to lose the pawn on F7. So I agree with you. I think that is the best approach, just keeping the tension.
So still white on the clock here. And what Arseny has done that's impressive to me is he knows the moments where he should spend time. And this is a mistake. I think
Why is he going in this version?
He could have just brought his king to G2, right? Just he would have had king one square more advanced.
He's trying to force matters, and now he's gotten a significantly inferior version of this line. So if he goes rook c8 check now, and then he goes b3, the problem, wait, he goes like this.
Oh, and
did Brandon do something wrong there?
Apparently, but what is it? Because it says, oh my gosh, maybe you somehow
what an idea. He's sacrificing b7.
Oh, okay, but that's we don't blame players for missing that. Yeah.
No.
It wants you to just go F5 and get advanced, and this king later can even try to, wow, that's just
That's a tremendously instructive idea, by the way.
I learned something is how I'll sum that up, where that is not something that I saw in advance. And now that we're here, I'm like, wow, that is a crazy idea, Danya.
Just going for checkmate and throwing your queenside pawns to the win. I mean, who in their right mind would go for that other than Magnus or Hikaru? You know.
Yeah, especially when you're sort of an autopilot, because at this point in the game, you want to play quick moves so you don't get in time trouble. Brandon is ahead on the clock. But if we just scroll back a moment, I think we have to look at that a little more deeply, because after rook c7, it's like you don't want to give out your b7 pawn because you're down a pawn. But after f5, rook takes b7 down yet. White is up a pawn and black plays f4. And I mean, I would be looking at a move like rook e7. But then after rook e7, this king being here is a big problem. F3, and you can't stop checkmate.
Or rook d1, f3, and rook g1. Beautiful mating construction with that pawn on g5 covering the two squares. Look at that. You don't see that every day. No,
that would just be checkmate. So this f4 idea is really powerful, threatening this checkmate already. And if you take, now black has the potential for a pass pawn. So if you try to stop that pawn in advance, you run into the same problems with f3 and rook d1 mate. And you go king f1, still f3, Danya. That's a checkmate back here. And if your king tries to run away, it's going to have to go back to f1 so you don't lose this pawn. And I mean, black is just way more active and has all these checkmate threats.
No, that's and that shows you how important piece activity is in rook endgames. In the meantime, they've made a couple of moves. I think if anybody's playing for a win, it is definitely Brandon. And I can envision a scenario where Brandon makes a mad dash over to the queen side. That entails risk, Robert. You could lose this kind of endgame easily if you get your king, let's say, to c5 and you give up the two passers. What's very important here, white's doubled h-pawns may seem lame, but they're actually very important. In the event that white takes both of black's g-pawns, the h2 pawn is going to serve as a buffer, stopping black's rook from holding the h-pawn from behind. f3, though, I'm surprised at that move.
I think it's one of those moves it's one of those moves you make like, let's make a draw before either of us gets into trouble. And white's extra pawn, if you will, black's extra pawn is here. White's extra pawn is trying to be here. So you're trying to spring free a pass pawn is the point. And black's pawn that's extra on the queen side can't move. White would like to be in a position where you can think about pushing it, but I think we can see a repetition right now if black wants it.
And I think Brandon should probably take it, because overpressing right now and losing this game would be a big blow as we approach the halfway point of the 5-minute segment.
Yeah, this is and well, if you're Brandon, so you know you can make a draw with rook b2, rook b3. There's nothing white, I don't think, can really do about it. Do you waste some time? I know it's really early in the match, but Brandon's biggest advantage is in bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially if you're going down a 3-time repetition, taking a minute stabilizing yourself, taking some deep breaths. I mean, that's totally valid. It's totally kosher. And, I would consider it. He takes f3 though, so he declines the repetition. And now I think e4 check is an important insertion.
Rook takes h3. You can even play king g4, and both of these pawns are going to fall. Not to mention that the rook can come to b5 with check to hit the a5 pawn. So e4 is a good move.
That's actually the main point of e4, is to carve out the g4 square for yourself. He doesn't do it.
And can
king
black?
G4?
Yeah, can black suddenly do this? Because if you take g6, oh gosh, you go check here and you win the a pawn.
Uh-oh. White has to go rook b5 probably. But that's already with 50 seconds. I'm starting to get a little nervous here. Arseni didn't play e4 check. What my coach says, the first draw is always the easiest, then it gets harder and harder.
and I think that king g4 just completely overlooked as a concept, because the king was on f3. It didn't look like the black king was going anywhere. He plays rook b5, so good recognition by him. After rook check, king g1, there's not going to be a checkmate on the first rank, but it's not comfortable for the king to be back there either.
No, I mean, if you go king e1, then black steps aside with his king h4, and you could easily lose that as the g-pawn rumbles down the board. 28 seconds now for Nesterov. He's got to make a decision.
King g1, he plays it. Now rook takes a5. There was no king g3. That was important. There's no king g3. Rook a6, king g3, and just king runs away.
King f1. Wow.
So maybe g4.
Great defense by Nesterov.
You can play g4 and give up this pawn, because who cares about that one? And you just make your opponent think they might lose, even though objectively it's just a draw.
This is where the increment is incredibly important.
Yes, because not only could you get flagged, you might just blunder in time trouble, because black's pawn is more advanced.
And I would just make a mad dash with king d3 and e4. White can draw this without the e-pawn, but I think the most convincing draw involves just shoving the e-pawn as far down the board as possible.
Yes. And you don't want to have to deal, oh, am I going to walk into a bridge scenario if you lose this pawn? But that's why your point is just push that thing. Like right now, e4, there's king f4, which is probably what he's nervous about.
Although then you can go e5.
Right. And that's what he's probably going to do.
Rook e3 check, you can take that opportunity to go king f2, and then it's an easy draw.
Right. As long as your king gets in front of the pawn, although not immediately, because you don't want to allow a second rank check. Yeah, now that the pawn's in g3, just push that thing and easy draw.
Draw. 12.5 seconds is plenty of time. And a good save by Nesterov, who missed bishop h3, remained calm, and played a pretty accurate endgame, all things considered.
And king
d4.
d4.
Rook g6 check.
Yeah, one last hope. Just keep checking the king away. If it goes to the third rank, still can check it.
Arseni's letting himself drop now to 3 seconds. He's panicking. Move, Arseni!
I'm not too worried, but yes, I noticed that as well.
I'm worried about his internet, though.
That's what I was more concerned about. He checks. He's got this.
Yeah, he's realized that. Yeah. Rook f3, rook f6. Okay. And a draw.
And there it is. And if I'm not mistaken, we might be halfway through, or I wonder when their midway break is going to come.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this game continues or not. A queen's gambit thus far. Arseni going for the Slav.
Okay, well, I guess this game will count. So right now, black has a horrible looking pawn structure, right? Okay, I can't even, they're playing so quickly, I can't even.
What is this line? I mean, this, whoa! Brandon is still playing instantly, and finally, no, Arseni's still playing quickly.
Well, I was going to point out that double pawns like this don't look ideal, although black did a strike, and white is trying to pry open the queen side at some point. So here, there's already a big question. Can I start with b5? Do I need a rook on b1? What happens in the event of trades here? I definitely don't want to take on e5 and allow the knight to e5. So keeping this pawn 3 squares away from the knight is important, in particular because the knight cannot access d5. If the knight could get to this sort of outpost, black would be happy, but notice you have no points of entry.
You don't, and the eval seems to think that white's got the better end of this endgame. One little maneuver that Arseni could attempt, I was going to say knight f8, immediately. And if you take e5, the knight returns to d7, and you won't be able to hold that e-pawn. So you have to resist the temptation, which Brandon does. Okay. Now I guess he takes d4 has to be played if you're going to get your knight to e6.
Right, because knight e6 now just allows a free pawn, and that rook slams down on d6, and then you just lose the game. So, yeah, your reaction is correct. So you have to take on d4 at this point, and then how does white capture back? You take with the pawn? I think you probably do, just to keep a 4-on-3 majority on this side of the board. But I could see an argument potentially being made for a rook capture as well.
But the counter argument there is if you play e takes d4, rook takes d4, and king takes d4, we can show that really quickly. You can't ignore the h file. Black has this knight e6 check move. And then if you move your king, if you say, oh, king e5, and I've got, great position, all of a sudden knight takes g5, crunch, and your rook on h1 hangs.
It's a really good point, and this endgame is bad for white because this pawn h4 sticks out, and rook d8 check to seize the only open file. Black would be the side for choice. So in the game, we have seen e takes d4 check. We have yet to see a reply from Brandon. It's a really important moment. He senses that, and he should just recapture with the pawn.
And the ideal for white is, of course, d4, d5, breaking through in the center and creating a more actionable pawn majority on the queen side. Let's see how Arseni responds to that. So knight e6 here would be met with d5. And that seems unpleasant. Ooh.
That move was absolutely hated by
despised.
And it does weaken this pawn on c6. So that could be part of it here. As now this pawn is a potential target, but that doesn't look like an abnormal move to me.
No, I mean, he's trying to discourage Brandon from playing d5. That's, I think, the actual point of b6, because if white goes d5 now, black's going to take on d5 and then take on c5, and then Brandon's going to be left with a pretty weak c-pawn that can be attacked by a knight from d7, for example. So it's understandable, but apparently white has some sort of f3 idea to open up the e-file.
And if you take on f3, it's saying, that's a really difficult pawn to give up. I think then you play d5 and rook check. And where's your king going? This is where people make big mistakes. I think queens are off the board. Oh, no attack possible. With your king on e7, you might just get checkmated.
If Brandon finds this idea, I'm taking off my non-existent hat. I think he senses that there's something. You can just tell in the way he's sitting there, wheels are turning in his head. Will he find f2, f3 though?
Because f3, there's e3 trying to play f4 next, but then after f3, e3, white can play f4, and then that pawn is stranded on e3. So it's not an easy move to play when you're facing a potential pass pawn to actually give your opponent a pass pawn in the moment rather than having them spend time freeing that pawn. But f3 is a really good move because the king's in the center.
Brandon could also be attracted to c takes b6 and a4, a5, creating an outside pass pawn, but that's just not as intimidating for black. But I could see Brandon going down that path as well. 2.5 minutes on his clock as he continues to mull over his options.
Do you think he'll play f3? More time he spends,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was going to say, the more time he spends, I feel like the less likely it is.
Yeah, it's the kind of idea that you see, in the first couple of moments or never. I think it's called the Einstein Effect. I read about that a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, I don't know the name of it, I'll be honest, but I completely agree, because it's one of the things you do with a flick of the wrist where you're like, you know what, I'm sending it. It looks good. My gut's telling me I have something. But then to spend all that time, it means he was trying to figure out this exact position where the bishop looks good. There's a pass pawn. But as you pointed out, that pawn is also isolated, which means no pawn can protect it, which means it can become a quick target from black's pieces.
And the question Arseni is dealing with now is, from where should he attack? Should he go knight e6, or should he move back to d7? He goes knight d7, and c6 probably will be met with knight e5. And it's really a battle over that c5 pawn. Can white stabilize it? It can either win the game for white, or it can lose white the game. Either option is possible.
Strategically, white's position is terrible because it's pawn on h4. So if you just allow this knight to gallop into f3, h4 falls, g5 next, and you're in trouble. So you need to have a pass pawn over here. And how far?
Ooh, what a brave decision there by Brandon, walking right into the pin.
You know what a king does? It operates like a pawn. A pawn 3 squares away dominates a knight. the king's doing the same thing.
That's a great move.
Caught me
Practically,
off
that's a
guard.
great move.
I could see if like a knight f8. What if we get a repetition of a move somehow?
King e5, knight d7.
Yeah.
But okay.
So rook c8 going for the pawn. Rook c1.
Defending.
I like the way Brennan handled this.
But here comes the other rook, and now that king is feeling a little bit uncomfortable on d4.
Although, what's Black's next move to make it uncomfortable? Because if you move, go knight f8, have king e5.
Yeah, well, then we have the repetition potentially of knight d7, which I think Arseni wouldn't mind going to the break. Maybe knight b. No, then king can drop back to e3.
I love the way you asked the question. Yeah, that was great.
It's that universal chess player sound of like a move that you don't really find that great. I like what you're indicating there, though. Have you forgotten about that h pawn, Brandon?
Maybe we'll see that draw. Rook h1, rook h8, rook h1, rook d8, rook d1. Follow the leader.
That's a classic computer thing where the rooks keep moving between like two important files.
Yeah. So what's White's next move? Because I don't think you can play c6 very easily with this kind of situation, but maybe you can get away with it. No, you can't. I'm actually now uncertain. I found a cool line that I'll just show very quickly. Like, let's say I make this move and then you king c5. Can I take here and after rook takes, take c6 and then check you here and get your rook?
And this is winning for Black due to that pawn majority in the center. That's a cool detail. But I thought that maybe White can go to e5. Arseni has made his decision, knight f8, threatening knight e6 check. So the eval bar casting some shade on that move. Is there c6?
I was wondering the same thing, because if they're knight e6, the king can step forward to e5. And if you're not careful, Danya, an h5 for White may be in the cards.
I had no idea what Arseni. Okay, so this is what he had in mind, king d6, but So if Brandon, now he's played f3. A little late, but probably better late than never. Not the best move though, according to the eval bar.
There was definitely some tactics available, like a c7. The king needed to be out the way, but a c7 and move your king and get a discovery. But
and I still like this for White.
Yeah. Actually, c7 was even an idea there, because after a trade of rooks, White can put a rook on c or b1, and that looked pretty appealing. But he plays f3, which takes with check, and then king c5.
And then king c5, but then Black takes and takes f3.
Oh, takes a step in the wrong direction.
King e5. There's something here that both players are really misjudging. F takes c4 simply.
Yeah, that does look like a pawn.
Then I guess Arseni wants f4 check, but that's a paper tiger. King f3.
And then the king
No,
always goes to g4.
This is just terrible for Black. Everything's defended.
Yeah. Now you just solidified that pawn on c6. So that was a big mistake playing king e5, but the position is very tricky. It's not like there was an easy choice to be had.
No. Now rook c5 looks interesting. Yeah, rook c5 might just solve all of White's problems.
Just protect that bishop.
Whatever it is, Brandon's going to find it. He's got plenty of time.
Rook c5 threatens checkmate.
Oh my goodness. I guess if I can play knight g2 check and knight takes h4, but there's no way he gets away with that. Even c7 in the end. Looks
Also,
really
king f3, knight h4, king g3. Your knight's trapped over there.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. This is over.
Big win for Brandon heading into the break.
Huge win. And it's sort of a working man's win. That wasn't easy, but good preparation. That end game was always kind of uncomfortable for Black, I think.
Yes, I would agree. This the pass pawn, being quicker to the punch, and hey, the knight did get trapped.
Yes, it did.
Bishop f7 is still checkmate.
Steps of the great Robert Hess. Oh my gosh.
It's checkmate if you take this pawn, then you move the bishop somewhere.
That's actually kind of a cool pattern. I think Arseni's going to resign here. Okay, not yet.
So the bishop
3.
But the bishop moves right away. You king takes e4. So there's just a checkmate along those lines somewhere.
Bishop c4 and then rook.
Bishop.
No. Oh, bishop b1.
Bishop b1 and rook
e5.
e5.
And rook e5. Beautiful idea. Not the only win, but the fastest mate. And Brandon equalizes the score. This next game is going to get aborted. Wow. Robert, that was flat out impressive.
Huge win. I mean, these players, they're trading punches here. First, it was Brandon to strike, then Arseni bounced back, and it's 2.5, halfway through. Danya, it's been really exciting. And the players have they have kind of similar styles. It's been a very strategic battle throughout. Well, we have a tied match.
Good opening preparation by both Arseni with a great King's Indian game, but Brandon now responding with some excellent preparation in the Slav. That end game was always challenging, and Brandon carries home the full point. The score is 2.5. We will let the players catch their breaths, and we will catch our own. We are halfway through the 5-minute segment. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be back with the rest of the 5-minute segment of our inaugural match on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
I love that move C5. He's just pushing that. Don't stop pushing.
Full chess, yeah. Look, he's got an escape square. There's no F4. There's nothing aggressive Black can do. Naroditsky, it's looking like he's out right here.
Oh, but take on F4. Oh, rook G8. Oh, my goodness.
Rook B3 is coming.
Oh, is that king mate and rook G4 is mate?
It's checkmate. Oh, my God.
No way.
It's literally forced mate.
Oh, my gosh. And poor Min.
I can't believe that.
I've never felt so devastated for somebody.
Even Danya, his mouth is wide open. He can't believe that's forced mate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually in shock, Robert.
Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship continues this weekend, featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20K each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all the action every weekend right here on Chess.com. Well, we are catching the action at the inaugural JSCC match presented by SIG with Grandmaster Robert S. Robert, been pretty evenly matched thus far.
Well, the scoreboard, it shows 2-0 because the players are locked up. And this has been an even match. I would say that Brandon has shown some really good technique. We were very impressed by his 2 victories thus far. And for Arseni, similarly, the way he handled that white side of the King's Indian, he just was able to blast through on the queen side, say you can have your pawn on the king side. That's not going to be sufficient for equality. So a great play from both of these 2 individuals. And I'm excited to see the rest of this match.
Me too. And the next game is underway. I think it's important for Arseni to make a push in the second half, because the lower the time control, you know that Brandon is going to be increasingly the favorite. And another Catalan, this time Arseni on the white side. Okay, A5, interesting line.
Yeah, and he takes this pawn c4. So now it's going to be a case of how easy is it for white to regain this pawn? Are you nervous about being down a pawn? Because sometimes you just castle, play knight c3. You say, keep your pawn. I don't care. But we saw the position earlier when Arseni had the black pieces. He was able to not just keep one pawn, but start taking all the pawns. And down at b5, these kind of lines, they get very sharp.
They're very sharp and they're very theoretical. And it worries me on Arseni's behalf that he's taking as long as he is. Queen takes d2. Okay. What do you make of that?
Queen takes d2. So all these different positions are fascinating to me. We've seen Mohamed Jarrah beat Vincent Keimer in the FIDE Grand Prix with wild ideas with an eventual g4. But for now, the point is what's happening on the c4 square, that extra pawn for black, and this diagonal. So Arseni just doesn't seem like he's at home in this position based on his clock management thus far.
No, he does not. Knight e5 at least even looks pretty straightforward to me. And then b5 meets with knight takes c6. Now black can still go b5 there.
And then queen b6.
And then queen b6. a4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to show that b5. A4.
I don't care.
A4 was played to stop b5, and Brandon plays b5 anyway. But to show something on the analysis board really quickly, what Donnie was talking about in this position was if knight e5, b5, knight c6, queen b6. This is often a way you can deal with this, because after it takes, your next move is bishop b7, trading off this important defender of white's king. And not to mention that giving up an exchange is not out of the question in plenty of these lines, especially in a blitz game, because of this diagonal. So we see in the game b5 was played, queen g5, takes b5.
What? Oh, he blundered a rook? Oh no, he didn't. What am I saying? Sorry.
What
is this?
It's a fancy queen trade where you take d8 instead of taking back, you take a1, because the king would be in danger if you don't take on h8.
Sorry, I thought that was a check initially. My bad.
No, you're totally good. I think that this is also Brandon's great preparation, because he is down a pawn for now. b2 is falling, and the question becomes, Daniel, is white able to play move like e3, rook c1? In some move order, go after this pawn, because then white's up a healthy pawn, and it's going to be a really no fun endgame for black. Or is black going to pick up this pawn and be able to keep this passed but isolated pawn in c4?
I'm not convinced this is his preparation, because this looks pretty unpleasant, at least to my untrained eyes. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2, rook takes b2, and as you mentioned, white's going to play e3, and then he's going to try to pick up the c pawn. And if white picks up the c pawn, I mean, that 5-on-4 endgame is beyond nasty.
Yes, because knight endgames tend to have the most similarity to pawn endgames. And if you're down a pawn and the king of pawn endgame, you often lose, unlike in a rook endgame. But the rooks are on the board, but there's rook and the knights. It's not going to be easy. So he plays bishop a6, does Brandon. He's saying your b2 pawn is not going anywhere. And now I've defended this pawn on c4.
And I would still consider rook c1, rook takes b2, and then e3. And then you'll be threatening, something like bishop f1 or knight a3. But it's a very sharp position. And if white isn't careful, you could definitely lose this if that c pawn finds a way to move forward.
Right. if you start with e3, you already have to be careful about that kind of stuff. So because knight c3, rook c1, so it protects the e2 pawn by development. And this knight on b8 hasn't moved. Is it time? Or does that walk into rook a1 ideas? Okay, I'm nervous
We're
about rook
about to
a1.
find out. He takes d7. I don't think Arseni was thinking in that direction. He wants that rook anchored on c1.
Can't really blame him. The pawn on c4 is just a target.
Knight f6, but I think the worst is behind, Brandon. I mean, now it's going to be incredibly hard to win that pawn. Bishop f1, there might be knight d5.
Knight d5 or knight g4, I was thinking about. But knight g4 is bishop e2. That's very important.
And then you can move back to f6, and then that bishop on e2 will be how do you describe that situation? Made contact with by the rook?
Put on an attacked square? I don't know.
Right. Put I was gonna say putted pressure.
It is a loose pieces drop off moment.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I meant.
But knight d
taking his time.
Is knight d5 going to be met with knight e4, perhaps?
Well, let me look good. Yeah,
Whoa.
he goes g5. Wow. So he clamps down on the king side. Okay. So knight a4, what is his idea?
Maybe knight e4?
No, the rook is hanging.
Oh. Oops. Not my pieces.
That's why I drink coffee and
Yeah. No, I saw that. I was just testing you. You found it. So knight a4 to c5.
As the main co-commentator of the JSCC might have to be reconsidered after the because I've never blundered a piece of the podcast before.
I guess after knight a4, rook b4, after knight c5, bishop b5. So you just use your pieces to defend the c4 pawn, but it looks a bit odd.
Yeah, because then black's pieces are kind of tied down to protecting the pawn. I guess we're about to find out. Now I hope Brandon doesn't blunder the rook. Oh, he goes rook b4. I think he's going for that line.
Bishop b5.
Knight b7. There's knight e4, I guess. Just in time.
Yeah. And you have to be careful as white, because if you start lining black's pieces in, and if this pawn ever gets to c3, you're not going to be very happy about it.
Yeah, I was about to propose e4. It's very committal, but at least it covers some of these crucial squares. d5, e4.
And black can't easily move. That's one of the major points. As you move the rook, you lose the pawn. You move the bishop, you also lose the pawn. So bishop c6, I guess that doesn't quite lose a pawn, and that would provoke e5. But e5 doesn't feel like a move that white really wants to play there anyway.
Can white get away with f3? And I know it's very weakening, and Ben Feingold is probably watching the commentary, but
I was concerned at some point I could put my bishop back to b5 and then go for knight h5, perhaps.
Yeah. So I guess the two candidate moves are e5 and f3. He goes e5.
He wins a pawn.
Oh, but rook b1. There's knight takes e6. That's actually very important.
Ooh,
So he forces a trade of rooks.
Well, you can play rook b6, no?
Oh yeah, you can. And maybe you even should, because I'm going to advance the theory that the minor piece endgame is a lot more unpleasant for black than it may appear. One may think, oh, I've got control over the d5 square. My opponent's never going to make progress. But that's never quite the case. A pawn is a pawn. Is a pawn.
Is it a pawn?
I think it's pawn.
Okay, just making sure.
Brandon elects to keep the rooks on the board, or saying he drops it back to c1, preventing any rook b1 shenanigans.
But this is why it's so much better for black that the pawn is on e5 versus on e3, because now the d5 square is a turnstile. But don't play bishop d5 next, because then you get forked. Do not take this bishop, because you also get forked. So that's a really good move.
You probably have to move your king to e8 just to cut out all of those ideas.
Yeah, he goes
g7
that way instead. And if you take, the knight can take, and the pawns have been overextended, perhaps.
What if you try a crazy idea? Bishop takes c6, knight takes e6, knight d7, and then knight f6, trying to set up mating ideas.
I see where you're going.
I don't know. It's too, I think it's too speculative, but it's perhaps interesting.
Well, then maybe black stick with the rook and then play knight f5. Just go after this pawn. And it makes black's life easier, perhaps.
No, but he also has knight f3 check and knight takes e5 in some of these lines.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So if white goes all in to get a knight to f6, if you lose d4, the knight would just start hopping around taking your pawns.
Yes, rook d1 by Arseni. That's kind of a sign that he's not too clear on how to make progress here.
Rook b4, please take me. Let's start trading everything. Your
And
pawns.
then d5 maybe.
I guess he's going for it.
Good idea.
Don't take that pawn. That would not be very wise. Probably just trade.
But is this such an easy draw though? Rook takes d5 and then rook b5 walks into a discovery.
Yeah, definitely don't play rook b5. Can you play it now? No, knight takes c6.
Oh,
Knight takes c6.
yeah,
But
and
that's-
then takes c6.
But I was close to being extremely clever.
That would have been a pretty cool idea. I always love those moves that ignore everything and create another threat.
Yeah.
I think no, knight takes e5, d takes e6, and then again, rook c4, there's e7, and the pawn simply promotes.
And this 3-on-2, where white keeps these three versus those two, it may seem, oh, you're just down one pawn. If the knights were traded, it's just a draw, but the knights won't be traded very easily. And that's why instead Brandon just goes to keep this rook in some danger. Knight b4 threatens to win this knight. But knight b4 is
Takes and king
e7.
f6.
But
Brandon's
this is
thinking about it.
It's exactly what Arseni wants, all things considered. Right? This is the best chance he has to win the game.
But how does he untangle? I know that sounds weird. Knight c5, there's knight b4.
Yeah,
And you don't want to trade the knights here.
Well, what was that?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Good morning, everybody. I didn't hear you.
he said, my knight has no good square to go to, so I will go into the end game, which he knows objectively in classical chess would be a draw, but maybe there's a random hope for a blunder. I don't think so. It's Brandon Jacobson.
I think this pawn arrangement, I've seen some 3-on-2s, which, you know, which can be lost, but with the pawns on h6 and g5, I think that's essentially the ideal arrangement, because anytime white pushes his pawn f4, that leads to a trade of pawns. I would play f4 if I'm Arseni at some point, but with the 1 second increment, Brandon, I think, will hold this together.
Yeah, maybe he has to play for h4 at this moment, but it's just, you just offer a trade and
Well, you
if
got to
this-
give it a shot. He's trying to get Brandon to blunder his rook.
oh, okay, it's a good try.
Okay. King h5 and rook g6 check.
To rook
rook
h2,
h2, I think.
yes.
No, it's a draw. Yeah. Okay. Good save by Brandon. Good hold. It was never in doubt.
No, we saw based on the evaluation, it was always, you know, at most like 0.4 for white. That's within the drawing territory. And Arseni now with the black pieces and Brandon going for c4, knight c3. And so we won't necessarily see, or will we, a Catalan?
I don't think we will anymore. We're seeing a Carlsbad instead.
And what do you know of Brandon's experience in the Carlsbad? Because you played Brandon like 5 million
I
times.
have played him in the Carlsbad 8 million times, but always from the white side. He's always been black in these positions. I wasn't even aware that he likes playing this from the white side. But look, I'm a big Carlsbad fan. I feel like it's underrated. And I feel like, practically speaking, this f3 e4 plan that we're going to see carried out by Brandon is incredibly dangerous for black.
And I think it's even more dangerous in blitz chess because the side with the safer king usually is the happy side in blitz in particular. So playing f3, e4, all of a sudden you're aiming to open up lines and go after the king on g. And Arseni, he seems to know what to do in these positions because he thrusts the pawn forward. That looks so weakening, Danya. But if this knight can get the c4 square, for example, with a4, then black just clogs the lanes.
And then another thing that can sometimes happen is bishop b7, rook c8, and then at some point black goes b4 and then quickly c6, c5, which, yes, again, it leads to that IQP structure. But if black's pieces are sufficiently active, they counterbalance the weakness of the IQP in many cases. So Brandon has to decide between a move like a2, a3 in order to slow down the progression of black's pawns, or does he go for his main plan with f3 or rook ae1, one of those moves?
Right, and the move like a4 challenging the pawn only provokes it to go to b4, and then your point c5 is a good one. And you just start throwing these pawns for knight c1.
Okay.
If you gave me
behind that,
but if you gave me 5 guesses, I don't think knight c1 was going to be in there.
same here. I was like, completely did not occur to me even to this knight can be moved.
So what does he want exactly? Does he want knight b?
I'm trying to figure that out myself.
Maybe he just wants to like reorganize his. No, that doesn't make sense. Somebody explain this to me. Maybe bishop f5, knight d3 or something. Well, now not bishop
Bishop a6. That's another move that I wouldn't necessarily play myself, but it makes sense. I mean, creating contact between the bishops, a standoff between the bishops.
I think he also wants to make c5 more of an option, and by protecting this pawn on b5, you can play c5 without first playing b4. Well, now you're going to play b4.
And I think that's Brandon's idea. He wants to induce b4, and then that c1 knight is going to go to b3 in order to put pressure on Arseni's new weakness on a5.
And you've called Brandon a positional mastermind, and I think he's showing off some of his technique here, because with the pawns on a5 and b4 and c5 now, excuse me, c6 is a backwards pawn, but c5 harder to play, though if you can play it perhaps right now. If you take on d3 and this knight takes on d3, you're saddled with this weakness.
And I think at his best, Brandon sort of just effortlessly finds these ideas, which are practically very, very hard to play against. And I think Arseni realizes that if he doesn't undertake something active right now, yeah, as you said, the word saddled comes to mind. Brandon's knight is going to come to b3. So Arseni, I think, continues to insist on c6, e5. We might see rook a c8. That might be his best bet. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, knights on e2 and c1 not doing the most at the moment, but maybe knight f4, knight b3. If you could get your knights in d3 and b3, so step one with knights at b3, and if you take and c5, you will be left with this isolated pawn, or maybe you'll lose that pawn directly with the contact of the bishop and the knight over here on the king side.
There's rook a c8.
Ooh, didn't like that move. But that move, it went from +1 to completely level after that choice. So I'm wondering, and c5 play, of course, but I'm wondering at this point here if what else could have been played. And it looks like the capture on f6, just to take over the c5 square, was good for white.
So you were supposed to take on f6, take on a6, and then bring that knight from e2 over to f4 and back toward d3, as you said. All hands on deck to slow down Arseni's main idea, prophylaxis. Robert, I love these kinds of ideas.
Right, and that pawn on c6 is not happy to be there. So instead, we saw rook c1, immediately c5. He strikes forward, does Arseni, and I'm starting to like the look of Black's position, because if we start trading on this square over here, I like Black's activity.
I do as well. Brandon taking his time, probably deciding whether to throw in bishop takes f6, which would not force a pawn sacrifice if Arseni doesn't want. He can take back with a queen in order to keep his minors facing c5. He takes a6 first.
Also, done in that line, if you took an f6 first, there was bishop takes d3, and queen takes, sometimes there's a c4 type of move. Probably not, well, actually, maybe in that position there was, but that's why he kept the queen on c2. And is c takes d4 a threat, or
well,
not?
c4, I would imagine, is definitely... Oh, yeah, there is knight takes a5.
But he just takes, I think knight takes a5, too risky, as you would point out, c4, one of the many options for Black, and he blockades the isolated pawn.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon's still very solid. Knight takes b3 and bishop c5 comes to mind as a way to try to eliminate this knight as quickly as possible. Of course, d5 is hanging there, so you have to calculate.
Right. Sometimes you give away your isolated pawn just to liquidate and say you're going to hold the draw that way, but it's a big decision.
Yeah, and there's a lot that hides behind that eval bar, 0.00. There's chances for both sides here to screw up. Maybe rook c1 to d1. I don't want to give away the c file, but I think it's quite important to preserve that blockade on Black's IQP.
I'm wondering at some point if I would be able to take and play rook c4. The issue for white is this b2 pawn is going to be loose in so many positions. So if I could double my rooks on the c file, of course Black would be happy. So rook d1, completely reasonable. I'm just a little nervous about giving up that control. And
Yasser would have taken d5. I'm a pawn grabber.
It's not my fault I was born like that.
Well, speaking of grabbing pawns, I remember when Geller grabbed the forbidden pawn against Jan Timman, and he got punished severely. And I remember Geller and I afterward went to this fine Portuguese restaurant on the seaside. It was delightful, delightful payout. It was amazing. Okay, rook takes d4. Rook c5, you're indicating, Robert. That's a great move because if you take d5, you're going to lose b2 in the end.
Right. The queen has to lose side of the b2 pawn, and then black is clearly better. So my first instinct was rook c4, giving up this pawn just to play rook to c8. But now that I'm seeing I can defend the pawn on d5, I don't know why I wouldn't do that.
I wonder what beverage that was. Was that coffee with milk? Is that something else? And you know what it means if Brandon is sipping his water. Now, he's slightly worse here. I don't know why he's violating my theory.
And look at the move that was played down here. Rook c4, not rook c5. So my first reaction was the correct one. And this looks like could be a problem for white.
Exactly. But one problem for black, rook f8, rook takes d5. And if rook c2 is there, maybe a check on d8. Oh, it doesn't matter. You just go king h7.
Mm-hmm.
And you're attacking f2 there. That is very problematic for Brandon.
Just to show that rook d8 done, his idea is to distract the rook on c8. But after king h7, if you take on c8, I will go and checkmate you.
I feel like this might happen. And Brandon still has ideas in that final position. But let's see what Arseny plays.
He does it. Why did he take so long, though? What else is he considering?
Yeah, this is going to be a problem in the 3-minute segment. He's not going to have the time to quadruple check these options.
It just felt like a move he could have played with, in bullet chess, right? Rook c8. He went rook c4. What else? You're not going to take this and then give white the blockade and have your pawn under fire.
Right. Now it's Brandon's turn to think, but Brandon has a lot to think about here. He's got to calculate rook takes d5, and if he doesn't play it, what does he do? Does he drop his rook back to d2? But that's clearly a move that adopts a very defensive posture.
Yeah, it's a huge concession. And this queen it's not trapped. It's not going to be one, but it doesn't have too many squares. And queen d3 would be a mistake because after he plays h3, which rook c2, he's going to go back to d2.
No, but rook c1 check. What is he doing? Rook c1 check, and if rook d1, then you take b2. Otherwise, you take f2. Brandon just had a meltdown.
It's losing. And look at him. He's looking away from the computer. What did I just do here?
What did I just do? Right. Brandon exasperated. That's a big loss of the white pieces if Arseny can carry this all the way home, and I think he will be able to.
And it's because Brandon, he started with a very interesting plan with his knight maneuvers, but he was not able to follow through and stop that pawn from getting to c5. And once c5 happened, Arseny was in the clear.
And now b3, b2, there's no perpetual, that queen covering, as you're indicating, the main diagonal.
Good try.
And Brandon trying to slice it up, but what if b2? What exactly does... Okay, queen c2, also good.
Yeah, you need this perpetual, but with the queen on c2, you're not getting a queen to c8. So
in 40 seconds for Arseny, Brandon's going to resign after king h7.
There's just one check, and the king goes to g8. The queen covers c8. That's incredibly important.
Yeah, queen f7, I think Brandon wants, but then queen takes c4, and it's over. A great win for Arseny.
That's so mean. After queen takes e4, which is the best move. But it's like, you can get a queen, allow some checks. No, let's take that pawn. No, that was a fantastic game from Arseny Nesterov there. He was slightly worse. That's what happens out of the opening in some of these positions. But the way he handled that was excellent.
Yeah, and not the end of the world for Brandon. It's only a 1-point match, and another queen's given declined.
Look at that, 4.4 to 3.6. We will fix these scores. Don't worry, everybody. That's not. I think I feel like Brandon deserved a little more than 0 for that game.
We'll give him 0.1. We'll be kind. Brandon's preparation has been exquisite. He's always up on the clock after the opening. He goes a6, preparing b5. And will Nesterov play a4?
That's one of those big questions, because a4 is such a committal move, giving away the b4 square. So instead he drops his bishop back, and take with the knight, you lose a piece. So don't take with the knight, takes the queen. That makes sense.
I like that decision, keeping the center open.
And if bishop c5, see, this is, I think, what happens then is we were told, don't bring your queen out so early. It's easy to attack. And you play bishop c5, you think, oh, black must be doing well. But there are some problems in black's position. The bishop on c8 not great. You could play b5, and he does so because if you didn't, you'd be behind in development. And by doing so, you give up some squares on the queen side, especially in the event of a bishop trade. Some of these light squares could be a problem. So
yeah, black needs to be
fine.
careful. And black needs to find a square for his queen. I guess b6 comes to mind. First of all, Brandon probably should castle. And maybe then Arseni will play bishop d6 and, you know, apply a little bit of pressure down the middle. But as long as black keeps everything protected, the fact that the knights are defending each other, Robert, is incredibly important. That gives the black queen freedom to move to a5, wherever it wants to go, in order to create space for the black rooks to occupy central posts.
That's correct. And after castle, Arseni is now the one thinking. And bishop d6 played. I understand that you want to make inroads. You want to create some weaknesses, carve out squares. And I was mentioning that along the c file, there are some potential places for white's pieces, but a trade is a trade. It seems pretty fair. After bishop d6, queen d6, you can bring a rook to c8. And unless you can kick these knights away from each other, it's hard to see where white's advantage is going to come from.
I think Brandon's going to take and play queen b6. That's sort of in his style. Let's see. I feel like I have to make predictions now just to keep the myth going. You know,
I'm wondering if a4 at some point is going to be a nuisance for black to deal with, or like in the previous game, black just pushes forward with b4 once a4 happens.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll provoke b4. Brandon going b4, just as I predicted.
Kicks it.
Knight a4. Oh, knight e4. Ooh, careful now. Careful now.
Oh, sorry, knight e4 for
black.
black.
F8, there's bc. That's a great move by Brandon.
So what should be done here? Because you said knight a4, knight e4 with a fork. Can you take on c5 first? Takes.
BC?
Queen takes knight e4.
I'm trying to wrap my puny brain around this multifaceted idea. But can you sack the queen somehow? Knight a4, knight e4, knight takes c5.
Oh my gosh! Because if knight takes but knight b7. There's knight f3 with check and bishop f3. Oh my goodness! There's a white knight on b7, a bishop here, and this is hanging.
It doesn't work for white. No, I don't know. That's insufficient comp.
It's also a headache. So I'm glad you just eliminated the. Let's just show it. We have to show. We were just talking about it. Knight a4, knight e4, knight takes c5, knight d2, knight b7, knight f3, bishop f3, and white is going to win this rook. And yeah, it's better for black, it says, but I would say that a position like this, there are good chances to hold this position from the white side, even though black, of course, is better.
Without question. And I think this is among Arseni's top candidate moves. As we talk, he drops down to 2 minutes and he takes c5. I will be honest, I thought Brandon was going to take c3. I thought that was his idea all along, but apparently there's something here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really strong, but I guess you can just...
Queen c1.
Oh my goodness, because queen c3 is the obvious move, but it's also obviously bad. So instead, queen c1, you can't take the bishop because your queen is under attack, and this is just a trade where at the end of the day, you have problems. So, okay, that is queen c1. What an idea that was, or queen c2. And now black keeps up with the pressure. Oh, gosh.
Bishop b4, and there's knight b3 on the cards as well. Uh-oh. I think Arseni maybe had to find some
A3
sort of
and B.
Exactly what I was thinking, but there's queen a4 there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he should have done, but bishop e4 looks mighty dangerous for white.
Maybe a knight b5?
Oh, I think you're right.
Cutting off
the only move.
Yeah, I mean, knight b1 just looks terrible, and it's a move you play just to save your piece. But knight b5 cut off the circulation of the queen and the knight over here.
That's a great move, and black's still a little bit better. But now Arseni hanging by a single thread. The rook could come to c8. The bishop drops back to d5. Knight b3 is now set up, and I don't think you can stop it.
Yeah, it's just like knight b3 is forced. Although if your queen c2, knight b3, rook takes d5, knight takes a1. Rook takes, then goes over here.
Knight evacuates, and rook on c8 can defend the knight.
I think this is maybe the best practical try, even though it's terrible for white. Hoping for some kind of king. There's no attack. Come on. I'm just going to.
19 moves is all it took.
So knight c3, queen takes b2, knight takes d5. Just no attack for white. It's
That's
done.
a really painful loss for Arseni, who was hoping to play solidly, but he just got destroyed.
Yeah, he allowed b4, and black was the one who just obtained all the control on the queen side.
Okay, knight bd2, but that's just desperation. E4.
What does he
Bishop
want?
c7. Bishop takes c4 even.
Wow.
Or knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4 looks safer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop e4 allows the destruction of the pawn structure.
Okay, so Brandon just trying to be accurate here. It's a good lesson for everybody. He sees the tactics. Does he want to take here? Does he want to take here? Because bishop b3, there's suddenly rook b1. And now you have to figure out, did I just drop a piece? That doesn't look so good.
6.5 left on the overall match clock in this segment. So most likely there's going to be one more game after this one. And that game, Robert, is going to determine who's got the momentum going to the 3-minute portion.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like all Brandon. He does play knight takes e4. If knight takes e4, queen takes e2, hitting the rook, hitting the knight that just captured, and he goes for it. But I guess rook e1. All right, so watch out for some kind of knight sacrifices over here. A last-ditch effort.
I mean, I would play queen d3 in order to make contact with the h7 pawn so that any of these ideas are essentially instantly canceled out. And if you could eliminate one of the knights, then you basically stop any shenanigans that otherwise might occur. Queen b2 also looks good. I don't see a single opportunity for white here to complicate the game.
No. Knight g5, h6, knight f6 check. Throw all your pieces. You can just take it. It's not happening here for us.
Brandon's preparation has been excellent. And I wouldn't say that it's won him games directly, but it's set him up for success in the games that he has won.
He certainly has found his comfort zones. And from the white side, there have been a couple of games where, he's had a lot to deal with because Arseni's come pretty well prepared. But out of the opening, it does feel like Brandon's just the faster player.
Yes, faster, and he's been sharp tactically for the most part. He's made a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes, but this game is a great example of Brandon, calculating quickly and efficiently. Bang, another minor piece disappears, and Arseni resigns.
Okay, so Don, this is the final game of the 5-minute
huge game
time segment, and if Brandon can get this one, now Arseni would be in trouble. So this is a must not lose game, I would say, for Arseni here.
100%. And as we've discussed, Brandon would even be happy to go into the 3-minute segment with a tie. I'm sure he feels more confident in that time control. Let's see what Arseni can bring to the table here, a Slav.
And h3, look at this move. What was there a bishop coming to g4? No, maybe white wants to throw this pawn forward at some point.
And takes a knight b5 as the typical reaction. Knight c6, white gets the two bishops, and Brandon still, he's just out prepared. Arseni.
Yeah.
Once again, it seems like Nesterov has entered Brandon's lair.
That's right. E4 is a way to defend your pawn under attack, but that would open up this bishop. So D4, it could cost black a pawn in some lines, but opening the position up looks like the right call.
I agree. It's the principled move, but Brandon could just castle, and he does. And I really don't like this for Arseni. I feel like his center might very well collapse here. A4, bishop A3, another idea to keep tabs on. Knight D5.
So pawn takes, I think he wants E4.
But even there, knight e5 looks mighty dubious.
The knight can come to f4. So that's the one thing you probably want to avoid as white, is like putting all your pieces towards the queen side and losing sight of your king. Because if we just show that knight e5, it does look like a possibility. But I'm already looking at attacking moves like this and queen over here.
Yeah, this is completely, this is unnecessary. White doesn't need to allow this.
And Brandon, he's wisely thinking in this moment. And Danya, it's actually not clear how to proceed for white, because your whole point was, I'm going to win a pawn here. but you don't want to allow this e4 push. It takes on c6.
Okay. Now you don't want to allow that knight, as you said, to make its Nesterov on f4.
Nice. Do you play e4?
Yeah, I think you do. I mean, what else do you do? The immediate knight f4 should also be considered, because the point here is you don't care how many pawns you sacrifice. You want that attack on the king, on the white king.
Oh, yeah. That's why I was also thinking about knight f4. Pawn takes, then queen g6, and then h3 is under attack, and all the firepower is brought against this king.
And the white king is going to suffer some arsenic poisoning.
Oh gosh,
Bang,
you
bang,
can't
bang.
be stopped. So the one thing I don't like what Arseni is doing is it's not about this game because he's plenty of time left. I just feel like in these moments he just spends a ton of time, and that decision, we were not looking there.
That's a bad move. He gives the white bishop unnecessary levels of activity. I think either knight f4 or e4 would have been plenty sufficient. Now white's queen can also come to f3 and lend necessary reinforcement to the white king. Robert, that's a really bad move by Arseni. He just overdid it.
How do you even explain that decision? Like, well, if we just go back, why would you take this pawn? I just don't understand.
And why would you spend a minute and a half before doing so?
Yeah, it just opens up this bishop where if you're going to be down a pawn, excuse me, this is the document I'm looking at, close that bishop out. Knight e5, I get that's a good looking square, but your knight has f4, this bishop h3 ideas, this queen can slide over to h6. The pawn c6 is a target. I'm not going to dismiss that, but you're down a pawn now, and white's pieces are just hopping around the board. I guess he wants this long diagonal, Danya. It just feels like white has gained a lot.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem right now. The queen can still move over to g6, and maybe even it should. It can also move to c6, and you're right. Arseni is setting up play along the diagonal, knight f4, bishop b7. It could still get very dangerous for Brandon, make no mistake.
Maybe queen f3 to start. I think that's, so there is no knight f4 with the queen there, and if you take on b5, I get to take on d5, and I think queen f3 is kind of an important move right now.
Yes.
And I mean, what else? Knight c3, knight f4. That looks terrible for white.
Agreed.
You can play f3.
No, but the knight is hanging.
No, I was saying if knight c3 first.
Oh, in that position. Yeah, no,
yeah.
That is the right sound effect. And there's high drawing potential here simply because of the opposite colored bishops threatens checkmate.
There was a tactic which Brennan avoided, was that here if a knight c3, knight takes c3, you couldn't take on c6 and then take here because knight e2 check. So he was just trying to avoid that. Had he taken here, then this queen trade is just not what white's looking for, losing the pawn. So instead we see queen g3, pawn f6, and knight f4 is a threat, Danya.
It is a huge threat. And that threat creates two more threats. G2 will be hanging and e2 as well. Now, by moving the knight back to c3, Brandon would cover the e2 square, but knight f4 still seems really unpleasant here, Robert. If you have to play f3, I feel like that's a big concession. Knight d3.
This bishop's like trapped.
Although you do have knight a4 at the end of that line.
True. And you can also put your bishop on c1, but you don't want to do that, or play rook b1. But the point is that this knight can just sit on d3, and there's no way you're kicking that out.
Smarter Chess is trying to bait you in the chat. What are Robert's thoughts on a 5-4 lead for Brandon after the 5+1 segment? What are Robert's thoughts?
We just, we all have our chess goals. And some of them are to
that was smooth.
Ignore Smarter Chess at every turn.
I can get behind that approach. Rook b1 by Brandon, so he doesn't want to make his bishop vulnerable. And now if I'm Arseni, I'm trying to play actively, maybe get the rook to e8, play for maximal compensation and initiative.
So does he want? Yeah, I don't like queen d7 unless he's looking for some kind of rook lift and he needs to protect the pawn on g7 first. But I don't love that move for sure.
It just seems weird. And bishop a3, by the way, is a little bit more appealing to me now that the bishop can't really be targeted. Bishop a1 by Mr. Jacobson. He wants knight e4 maybe, and f6 will be targeted.
So rook a to e8 potentially.
Yeah, I think that's natural, and I think Arseni should play it fast.
He's
not doing.
Spending too much time. I'm already looking. He plays it. Rook e6, f5, rook g6. Like something like this comes to mind.
Although knight e4 even here is possible, because if you take twice, f6 hangs, and that's maybe why Brandon put his bishop on a1. Rook.
F5 anybody at some point? I'm just so
F5
tempted.
and rook f6. Ooh.
Yeah, just one of these rooks is joining the sixth rank.
No. Too timid. Too timid.
Yeah. And now 94 was played.
And now bishop takes e4 and rook takes e4. I think Brandon just wants rook f3, smoking the knight out of d3. And at the end of the day, I think that bishop on a1 is going to be heard from later on in the game.
Done it. He went king h2, so there's no queen d4 check in some of these positions. For example, if takes, rook takes d4, when the king was on g8, if you had played bishop f6, rook f6, queen d4 check, things like that, there were all sorts of tactics. But here, rook f3, there's no knight e5 because you take, after rook takes, queen takes d5, boop,
Wow.
Checkmate on the back.
Nice line. I don't mean to harp too much on Arseni's time management, Robert, but this is not going to take him very far in the 3-minute segment.
No, it really is not. I mean, that's my biggest concern. I mean, he plays f5 and f4 almost traps the queen, but it can actually queen takes g7 after f4, and then his knight hangs.
But that's the issue with these things. It also gives Brandon tons of time to set up his responses to the critical moves. And rook bd1 and d4, you can see the eval bar already assigning a decisive advantage to white due to that bishop on a1 being an absolute beast.
Just slicing it across the board. And it's too strong.
Yeah, I'm skeptical here about Arseni's chances. And this is a game that he could have won if he played f5 a little bit earlier instead of king h8.
Yeah, king h8 just way too slow. I mean, if we just go back to that moment very quickly, f5, instead of king h8, you take away knight e4 from white's ideas. So white has nothing active here. And as we've been pointing out a bunch of times, you just bring a rook to g6 and go for the attack. So instead, we're in this position where knight c2 just happened. There is a fork.
And if Arseni can eliminate that bishop, then he's back in business for the most part.
Yeah, he needs to. And if you're not careful as white, an f4, queen takes d2, of course, once I get rid of this bishop. So knight a1, rook a1, pawn f4.
Okay.
I guess there's queen g5 and c5 hanging.
So queen takes d2 meets with rook d1.
He wants
Arseni
f4.
centralizes his queen. Oh, and that knight on f2 is going to be in trouble. Ooh.
Yeah, the queen goes here, and then g5.
Uh-oh. Queen h6.
Oh, wait. f4 here, g5, queen h6.
Rook f6 meets with checkmate. So, okay. Is there bishop takes f3 first and then g5?
Oh my gosh, yes, there is.
Wow. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. He missed it.
Yeah, he walked into queen h6.
You walked right into that idea. Queen h6 wins.
And if you have to play queen f6, there's a trade, and the rooks get forced off the board with rook e8.
You're not going to beat Brandon unless you see these tactics. It's as simple as that. You've got to seize your chances.
Oh, right now, it's just a clear win. Just go rook e8, rook e7, then knight d3, and you win this pawn. Oh,
he goes rook e7. Also good.
It's still winning, but I would have for sure forced the rooks off.
Yeah, but he still wins pretty straightforward. Rook e5.
Oh, gosh. Take it all.
Rook takes g5, and then f4 is going to fall, and c5.
Yeah, that sound effect is right.
Right. And okay, c4 takes 94.
Okay, but 94 is really important.
But okay.
Arseni's doing a good job, all things considered.
He's doing a great job. In
4 seconds
for Brandon.
You got to go.
2. Okay, d4. I would just push that pawn.
h6 is taking away some squares.
Rook a4. No, then there's knight c3. Arseni tucks his bishop away.
And rook e6. If bishop e6, so he goes.
Uh-oh. No, but he's got 2 seconds.
Nice move by really nice move by
A5.
Brandon.
Push
checkmate,
that
checkmate, checkmate to one.
Oh my god! No, but it's still winning. Rook d2 though. Oh, and Arseni lets that pawn.
Queen would.
Okay, mate. I'm pretty sure the king wasn't catching that pawn.
I'm just gonna go back just because I like this checkmate in 1 that was missed here.
Yeah, that's a beautiful construction.
Yeah, but we know what we just saw, Danya, is we saw a lead for Brendan Jacobson, sure, but we saw Arseni once again struggle in time trouble. So I'm worried about him as the clock, the time control now goes to 3+1 and then eventually 1+1. I mean, what do you think Arseni needs to change in order to have a good shot of beating Brendan Jacobson?
Well, it's two things and they're related. Obviously, there's the opening issue. Arseni has to be, he has to get lucky with his preparation, but it's the diffidence and the lack of confidence in these tactical ideas that are really hurting him. He's getting his chances. Even in this game, he had his chance to equalize. That's number one. Related to that are these very long thinks and critical moments that are not producing sufficiently energetic and challenging responses. So Arseni has to put more stock, more confidence in his tactical abilities. We will see if he will make those changes going into the hour of the 3+1 segment. But first, we will give the players a breather and we will take one ourselves. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship. This is the inaugural match presented by SIG. We will be back with a 3+1 segment in just a couple of moments.
I'd classify trading as a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for titled women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins in May. Okay, well, we've got plenty of action here in our inaugural JSCC match presented by SIG. And as we look at the Smarter Chess Stats by chessgoals.com, Robert, I have to begrudgingly admit that was not the worst prediction I've ever seen. Goodness me.
5-4. That's exactly right. And I will begrudgingly give my compliments to Smart Chess Stats by chessgoals.com. So Matt, I know you're watching. You always are, and you're just needling me behind the scenes. But he's correct once again.
And the prediction in the 3-minute segment, not so reassuring for Arseny. And let's just go back to the key insight that I think we shared before we went on break, which is that Arseny, he has to play with more tactical energy, and he has to create more challenges for Brandon in these complicated middle games. Let's see if he's up to the task.
For sure. And, early decisions made in terms of the structure. And we could get a Carlsbad structure if and when white takes d5, but no, we're once again here, Danya. We saw this opening earlier in the match. Bishop h4, queen c5 was played, and I liked Arseny's position in that game.
And I always wonder whether these players spend the break preparing and looking up openings, which is totally allowed and encouraged even. That's what you got to do. That's the equivalent of looking at film, or when a quarterback throws an interception, you see him coming back to the bench and looking at the play again with an iPad. That's kind of the equivalent. I feel like Arseny realizes the importance of opening preparation in this match, and it seems to me that he's come prepared, because in the last game he played bishop d3, I think.
Right.
Or am I confusing something?
No, you're 100% correct. The problem with the bishop, remember that game? It was like bishop d3, queen g5, and then he castled and walked into trouble. So now with queen g5, there's bishop f3 defending this pawn on g2 while attacking this pawn on d5. So the bishop's clearly better placed on f3.
And that's gotten Brandon into the tank. He goes bishop e6, defending d5, preparing to get his rooks into the game, rook fc8, in order to keep a7 protected. Can he go d5, d4, and absolve himself of his only weakness?
I guess you just have to watch out for bishop f3, aiming for b7, because while it seems like you got rid of your IQP, all should be well in black's position, that could be a problem. Not to mention that there could be like a queen b4 as well, pinning this pawn on the 4th rank.
That's exactly right. And those rooks are awkwardly arranged on c8 and a. They are forkable by a bishop that lands on b7, as you're indicating. Brandon, he's the one down a full minute on the clock and counting.
So Arseny, he did well. He listened to us, even though he didn't actually hear what we said, but he adjusted his game plan. He is playing with speed in the opening. And I would think about just playing a quick bishop f3 here. I can understand that there are going to be some tactics to look into, but he is well ahead of the clock.
Himself. And this is where Arseny faltered in the 5-minute portion, right? He would take these long things, and then at the end of them, he would hesitate and he would play something more timid. I would go bishop f3 in the next 10 seconds.
He's really spending his time. He's probably thinking now queen b4. But can I get away with that? I have to look at rook c2 and all sorts of possible ideas for black. But I can understand the appeal of queen b4 right now.
But even bishop d5 there, I find it hard to believe that after e takes d4, black is in any danger. He does opt for bishop f3. And I'm very curious what Brandon has in mind here. Is it just rook c7 or something like that? But already queen b4 might be dangerous.
Yeah, I guess if queen d6, there's rook d7. Rook c7, queen b4. Can't play rook c4 without dropping b7.
If you play bishop c4, then there's like rook fc1. But then maybe d takes e3. When the bishop is pinned, it gets really complicated there.
It can be pinned in all directions. That's rook c1, right? It's going to get pinned this way and that way, hither and thither.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so Arseny taking his time, and all of a sudden the clock situation is basically equalized.
He might be thinking about e4, Danya, just to leave black with a pass pawn, but an isolated pawn.
I don't love that, though. I feel like in a blitz game, dealing with such a passer could be quite difficult. The queen would drop back to f6 to protect it. Rook from d7 and d8. Arseni now down to a minute. He's got to move, Robert. He can't let himself get into huge time pressure on move 17.
Maybe we were complimentary too early, because you're right. He is spending way too much time, and he plays rook d1, just offering a trade of pawns here, and that should not be any worse for black.
Yeah, d3, queen e3. I mean, the game should end in a draw, but with 1 minute for both players, anything can happen. If I had to choose a side, I would still take white, Robert, by the narrowest of margins, just because of that bishop on f3. A little smidge better.
You could play a move like b3 here, just to shut down this bishop, although black would think about playing pawn to a4 if you played b3. It's symmetrical position. It should be level, and Brandon's ahead on the clock. So let's not forget about that. The time scrambles have not been favorable for...
Gift me the pawn.
Yeah, wait, what was that?
That was a blunder. And Arseni, again, I hate to sound like a broken record. Take the pawn, Arseni. He's taken 20 seconds on a move that should have taken him 3.
Yeah, the pawn is just hanging. And maybe it's the stage, because we know how good Arseni Nesterov is, and maybe he's just nervous about being
queen a6,
playing in front of so many people. Don't play queen a4. Like queen a6.
Don't play rook d8. Ooh, no, but that gives Brandon a get out of jail free card. Takes in rook a7, and it's a draw at the least.
Yeah, just going right for this pawn, and be careful.
Robert, what is he? Queen a6, and why does the pawn up for virtually no compensation? Maybe he was worried about the rook coming to c2 and the time situation, but man, you're not going to win this match without taking risks. Rook d6, that's a good move.
Can just... Oh, you can't do that. I was going to say trade rooks, but a rook on b1, but then you would check and face bishop e4.
Brandon remains on top. Rook a d1 and can... Nope. Rook
Don't do that.
E4.
Exactly. Bishop e4.
I would just go g6 just to eliminate that headache once and for all.
Agreed.
Yeah, and it should be a draw.
Should be, but both players, they're spending their time right now.
Yeah.
Just trade rooks somewhere.
4.
Bishop c6.
And bishop b5.
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
You're just not finding those ways where you could allow your opponent to go wrong. Of course, the game is just equal. We see the eval bar. Not too many pieces remaining.
Ooh. But Hikaru would play that in a millisecond. Bishop takes c4. So now bishop c6. Well, you don't really have to defend b6, but with 4 seconds left. Okay, I think this is going to be a draw.
Brandon's trying to fly.
Worried about Brandon missing rook d8 and bishop e4 in some position.
I think Brandon.
Why?
I think he's just trying to win this game, and he's going to. He's going to try to win. King e7. Okay, bishop e6 first. He's trying to get the king there.
Second? Wait, but
bishop a4.
No, but rook b8, rook b7.
Oh okay, my gosh!
Barely.
Well spotted though by Arseni.
Indeed, he didn't panic, and now it's a draw.
Yes, it's an easy draw at this point. Endgame.
Why did he trade rooks?
Oh my god! And this is key. F6. This is Dvoretsky's endgame manual. F6,
and
not F5.
Brandon knows it.
He does.
And Arseni's going to lose.
King F3 now.
F3 and F5. Now it's easy. F5 and F4.
Wow.
Exquisite play on the endgame by Brandon Jacobson. That is a backbreaker and a heartbreaker. And what doesn't it break?
You broke my ability to speak.
But Arseni, you can't. He's got to know, even if he doesn't know that this endgame is winning, to give the black king positioning over the white king. It's unnecessary. Just keep the rooks on the board.
That was shocking.
What a beast Brandon is.
But it does go to show what happens in bullet scrambles to many people. They think, when I don't have time, I'm nervous, I trade pieces because now there are fewer decisions to make. But they make that kind of decision where they walk into a lost ending. And Dvoretsky somewhere, of course, passed away. But the endgame manual, that was it's right from that book. You open it to page, I don't know which page, but you open it to the chapter, it shows you king and pawn endgame. It shows you that exact position. And F6, the slow approach, wins. Or black.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've been afraid to go past page 20, but and this is, correct me if I'm wrong. And they're actually repeating the line from their I want to say their very first game or their second, one of the early games.
It was one of the early games, and Nesterov had a great position in that one and a winning advantage. So Brandon didn't look at this opening and went into it again, and that's not a good thing.
No, because he's already worse. That knight from b4 coming to d3, and this is a pivotal game for Nesterov because this is where he's got to avoid tilt. I think during one interview in the previous year's SCC, Hikaru mentioned the sort of 3-point rule. He mentioned that anytime somebody leads by 3 points or more, it feels like they're pulling away. And I really agree with that. I think this is where Nesterov needs to put his foot down and win a nice game with black and get back in the match. Queen
Wow.
g4.
G4.
Oh, castles bishop h6, and then at bishop f6, he wants to take on d7 and go e5.
Yeah, it's a very forcing sequence. I can show that.
Tricky.
That would be a problem, and a very direct one at that. So, yeah, that's not going to happen because Arseni sees that, and he could play g6. That does allow his bishop into h6, prevents his ability to castle. So, king f8, anybody?
Definitely on tap. G6 would create Swiss cheese situation on the king side. He goes bishop f6 straight away.
Wait,
But what about takes in e5?
That's what I was wondering. Oh, is there h5? So second game in a row where this h5 idea is essential. He missed it the first time, but he'll see it this one. He has no other choice.
The problem is that even after h5, the queen drops back to e2, and then I'd be really worried about d4, d5, just cracking open the center because black's not gonna be able to castle with that pawn on h5.
And look at that move, because if knight takes e5, d takes e5, the bishop is under attack in addition to the queen, in addition to the knight. So bishop takes e5, d takes, knight d3, queen g7. That doesn't look very appealing.
No siree. What does Nesterov do? I mean, knight d3, then takes an e5 again.
Down to knight c6 after knight d3.
Oh no! No. Oh my gosh!
No, that's the right reaction. But he throws an h5 in the correct move order because now after queen e2, bishop takes e5, and if you take g7 is no longer hanging. So very important inclusion.
Great move there by Arseni and Brandon. You can sense the confidence after queen e2, bishop takes e5. Don't laugh. I would even consider taking the knight and then playing e5 and d5. I really like this idea of pushing d5.
I'm not laughing at all. I was thinking the same thing. So Dinah's point is it's very tempting. It lets the queen goes back to just immediately take right where you were captured. But if you take with the pawn, then the knight just sinks its teeth into d3. And Brandon, he's a player of your style, Danya, plays a takes b4 and e5, d5. Here it all comes.
This is... I know the eval bar is showing zeros, but from a practical perspective, I wouldn't say this is crushing, and I would even consider castling for Arseni. But 5, 94, knight g5. I mean, what? Ugh.
So he does castle. What a brave choice!
Dang, brave, but will it pay off after queen takes h5?
And then like bishop e4 going for checkmate.
Oh God, how is this?
Queen e8. Is it queen e8?
Oh, what a move. Bishop e4, you want that f5 idea.
Oh my goodness. That might... I'm like trying to calculate.
Grace.
But then there's queen trade and then d takes e6.
Knight c5. I think black is okay there.
Bishop
I think you have to go there.
It's so complicated. He plays queen e8.
Plays it. No, knight e4, there's also f5. It's the same idea where you can't take en passant because your queen's going to be hanging. And after the queen trade, it's too late to take en passant by rule.
That's true. And what's the material count right now? So it's an extra pawn for black. Wait.
What about rook?
Yeah, it is. Okay.
No.
It's like trying to calculate, do math very quickly. Rook what? Rook d4?
Nah, but then it's too slow.
And we shouldn't forget this pawn a6 is hanging in some position. So if you take your eye off, queen e2.
But now Arseni, I'm sure breathing aside, I believe bishop b7. I think it's crucial for black to complete his development ASAP.
Shocking move, queen e2.
But going for that f5 line, if Brandon thought the endgame was bad, then I kind of understand it. Bishop a3.
Bishop a3, he'll probably go queen takes e. Maybe not queen takes e5.
But now bishop b7, I think.
Then a bishop a3 c5. That's your point.
Yes. But then bishop takes d5 creates some holes in the center. On the other hand, black has that pawn phalanx on the queen side, which can start rumbling down to b4.
Yeah, whose pawns are better? Look at the time, by the way, Brendan. 10 seconds for this complicated position. Yeah, that's not gonna be. Maybe just knight c5, bishop a3, and then put your knight into some.
But Arseny, this is where he's taken so long, and now he's down to 20 seconds. I feel like Brandon is so much more comfortable, even with a time deficit.
There goes the pawn.
Knight b6 and knight a4.
Rook c5, knight a4, rook c4.
Queen b5. 5 seconds for Brandon.
Brandon's got to go.
Decide whether to take. 1 second.
Goes rook d6.
Knight a4.
Knight a4 is very powerful.
It's crushing. And
just take c3. Just go for it.
BC.
Take it with something.
BC.
Okay, he plays BC.
And knight b2. Sinking that knight into b2. He's winning.
Rook b3.
Bang! Queen b5. Look at him.
Don't get back rank mated. Knight 8-4 and b2.
Wow. And Brandon, he's going to flag b2, wins the piece.
And he just wants his pawn. He doesn't even want the piece.
Bang, c2, b2.
Queen d3. That's game. What a game.
Amazing. c2. Oh, that's how we should play in time scrambles.
And did you see him? Like, he just was visibly super relieved there. He's like, oh, I can breathe again. Thank everything.
This is he's got it in him to play like this in time scrambles. I think it's largely a confidence issue. But for Brandon, the plus side, he's still a point up in the match. That was an amazing game and a huge one for Nesterov.
And Brandon just switched to the Benoni. He played King's Indian earlier. We had some QGD positions, but he's the one who decides to mix it up to the Benoni. What do you think about that decision, Danya?
Well, I mean, Brandon can play everything, and I'm a little surprised Arseny took with a c-pawn. Some of these positions you take with the e-pawn and get the symmetrical structure. Let's see how Brandon plays this. I've never really seen him play the knight b4. I don't know about a4 when the knight is on a6, Robert, but I don't really know the ideas of this line too well.
Yeah, maybe he's still hoping for a6, b5. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. And white
don't go f3.
Yeah, I say white controls the e4. I was about to say that exact thing, so I'm glad you beat me to it, just to show everybody, because that's important. Even here, f3 is a big mistake, and you see, because after these trades on d5, it looks like you win a piece. But after rook e3, because that pawn's not on f2, you end up losing your queen at the end of the variation. So that would be a tragic blunder from Nestorov's point of view.
Now, the knight is coming to b6. The bishop is coming to f4. This is unpleasant for black, but that's the problem with the Benoni, Robert, from white side, is you have so many options, and that actually makes it a good opening for blitz because of the overwhelming amount of variations white has to calculate.
And we've seen what happens to Arseny when he's down 30 seconds on the clock. It usually doesn't end very well for him. And now knight takes d5, giving up this pawn to get this d6 pawn after a series of swaps in d5. So interesting position, looking good for white. And if you manage to make him move like bishop f8 down here, that's no good. So he goes forward instead of back.
Rook d1 is on tap, and then black is probably going to end up losing either the c5 pawn, or white's going to anchor in that bishop with e4, e5. No, this is unpleasant for black without question.
Looks really bad, actually. I'm surprised that the Eva Bars is only slightly better for white, because as I look at this, I'm like, white looks dominating. I guess the fact that pawn a4 down here is loose is a problem, because rook a d1 is what you want to play, and then at some point this pawn on a4 can be captured by black.
Bishop d4, wow, what a move. Defending c5 and intercepting the rook. That's a great move.
Yeah, we have I'm just drawing all these arrows just so you can get the point of how many trades can happen here.
And the knight can now jump to b4. The problem might be that the c5 pawn gets overloaded. Queen c2. Yeah, so knight b4, there's rook takes d4, actually.
Ooh, that's nice.
Not the end of the story there, but should be good for white.
Yeah, the a4 pawn does fall, and the queen can go over to a3 to defend everything. But that's a close call.
Yes, it is. But where does the knight go if not b4? If you go back to c7, well, bishop takes c5.
Can you think about some kind of attack on the knight?
Oh, and then there's bishop takes d5. No, then bishop takes, rook takes, and queen takes d5. My goodness, that's an easy thing to blunder. Bishop takes c5 here. You might think you're smart, but a hunter becomes the hunted.
Right, because this rook is loose down here. So after this, he then loses the knight and black's up 2 rooks and a piece for a queen.
And you know what that ambulance is coming for? All of white's pieces other than the queen.
Exactly. So AB5 played, and you notice that Bren didn't recapture immediately. He probably was thinking, can I get away with queen takes b5? But instead he just takes, trying to remove the defender of his bishop.
Can white play? No, e5?
Wow.
That's such a weird, how often do you do that where you can take a knight with a pawn and instead you push it forward? That's funny.
Yeah, but it's maybe an important move, because if you take on d5 and then black takes on c4, and this is what's happening. I was about to say, this looks terrible for white.
What is he doing?
He's collapsing.
That was a horrendous move by Arseny. After a long think, again, these long thinks are not producing the caliber of move that you would think they would. And now he's settling to another thing. What did he have in mind, Robert?
I don't know, but it just looks bad for white. Everything is hanging in the position.
He's going to lose. He's got down to 20 seconds. Brandon has just played an excellent recovery game.
Maybe you have to trade, and you can't even do some of this. The rook comes on. I don't know what to do. I have no suggestions here.
Bishop takes b2, and then the red carpet is rolled out for that c4 pawn.
And
5 seconds.
Yeah, he spent all of his time. What?
Whoa, rook e1, queen d6.
That's not going to work. But he wants bishop b4.
Nah, just take it. I was thinking rook e1 check and queen takes d6, but then instead of rook f4, which allows g5, white has queen f4.
That's right.
So Brandon shouldn't overthink it.
So if you play d3, he wants bishop b4 to c3. So that's the one thing you need to keep your eye out for.
What about?
But it's queen f5 there as well.
Thinking of a funny idea, but queen d8, that's a good move.
Smooth. Now push.
G5? I would go
g5
first, then bet d3.
c3.
Doesn't matter.
No. Even just take this one now. It does, and wow. Nice tactics by Brandon.
In the words of the great Charlie Brown, it doesn't matter.
No, that was really nice tactical
Johnny
awareness.
Walker, rather, sorry.
Yeah.
Not Charlie
You're
Brown.
cruising for a bruising.
Right.
I mean, but that game was so important because if Arseny was able to score, you can even see by the look on his face, he's like trying to will himself to an even score, and he needed that game there, and Brandon was not to be deterred.
38 minutes left in the 3-minute segment. Yeah, the match is sort of up for grabs right now. These next couple of games are crucial. This is where, like I said, the match could get away from Arseny if he loses 1 or 2 more games. Really, it's these long thinks, Robert, that are not producing anything good, which are really killing. But that last game, all credit to Brandon. He was really tactically sharp in that Benoni.
He was. And he's going for a line we saw earlier in the day where if you take here, a knight comes to b5, a rook to c1, a knight to c7, it's just a way to get the bishop pair for white. And he's thinking so much down here. Like every single game, it feels like he's spending 15 seconds needlessly, and he's giving Brandon an edge on the clock, which helps him get an edge on the board.
Ooh.
Wow.
And Brandon senses that so well. He spices things up exactly at the moment when he senses that Arseny is losing confidence. Bishop b7. Now, where will the bishop on f1 go? G2 or d3? Usually in these positions, it actually goes out to d3, joining the queen and aiming the bazooka at h7.
Right, and hoping for g6 because then the h pawn goes and this diagonal is open. So bishop d3, is he going to play f5? You don't really want to make that move.
But you might have to. Okay, d4, all of a sudden, reverting back to the sort of conventional move.
I don't love that move, though, because now the bishop is closed for real, and that means if you attack me, I can even put my pawn to g6.
I do like that move, mostly because Robert Hess doesn't like it. That's really my only consideration for liking a move. I just
understand.
think, would Robert Hess like it? If yes, then I don't like it. If no, then I do.
I'm just worried about so many things here.
d5.
I mean, f5 is still possible. En passant, you can take the queen, but just the knight. Oh, and there's knight g5.
f5. played. So GF, does he want queen takes F6?
He wants queen F6 for sure. Because if you do this, knight G5 already look. Oh, and it's protected. I forgot it was protected, but yes, still this is an option.
Fishing hook H6, H4 there looks good. Brandon has taken an F6. That surprises me.
And after queen takes, when bishop E2 back.
C5, but then there's an X-ray that could come into play.
E5?
I'm going to call it. The time is going to kill Arseny here. The fact that he's got a minute on the clock, 14 moves in, that's not going to fly against Brandon.
But he does play E5, and now I think Brandon's he's going to have to spend a lot of time here because if pawn takes, knight takes, you're already seeing the queen and rook barrel down.
I don't see why this is that bad. The rook F1. Okay, black can go E4, but then white drops the knight back.
Oh, right now rook F1?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you can start there and E4. You just move the knight, you said?
Yeah.
I think queen H4.
Yeah, no, I think this is bad. I agree.
No, but I get your point. You're like trying to make an argument saying, we try to get in the mindset of the players. It looks good for black all of a sudden, but how good is it, especially considering the time dynamic here?
Now, E5 was an excellent move, and Arseny needs more of that. Confident tactical moves that puts tremendous pressure on Brandon, who's taking a long time. You called it. He's gone into the tank trying to find the best practical defense, maybe even castles and sack the knight on E4.
Wow, that would be a huge decision. Opening up this bishop, trying to get some play, and it's really thinking
that kind of stuff, though.
I like your rook F1. I mean, of all the options, we talked about what? Okay, that one I like the least.
Whoa! Knight F3, knight D5. He wants to mix and complicate things.
Can you even just take it potentially?
Or just queen F7? What is White's idea precisely?
No, I don't know. I was just wondering, can I even just get 3 minor pieces for the queen? But Arseny, he needs to move, right? He needs to trust himself. He got to this point. There he goes.
Queen F7.
Queen F7. There's no rook G1. You just capture it.
There is knight F6 check, though.
So what about queen? I don't really like queen F5. Looks risky because then
where you trade 20 seconds.
If queen F5, you trade queens, take C7, but rook D7 at the end. There's a problem with these bishops.
Queen E6. That is
good
super
move.
Precise.
Yep, you could take with the rook now. Great move. Great find.
Phenomenal composure here by Arseny, but with 20 seconds left, knight F4 might be a good practical chance to eliminate that dark squared bishop.
And watch out for like a C5,
So Brandon, for C5, you called it.
He wants just B5 now?
I think you should go B5 or move the king, but
just move. All I want you to do is move, and then he plays it.
Right. Up a piece now, clearly almost no comp, but can Arseny consolidate?
Good idea. I think you could still play bishop E5 if you want to.
Gotta move.
There he does it. I think he just giving up a pawn, tucking his king away, and he should be up a piece and win this one.
Bishop E4, and
Take
he's
it.
continuing to consolidate.
Move.
Oh, 5 seconds.
Oh my gosh, that doesn't hang up pieces. Queen F6. Great tactical awareness.
Wow. With almost no time left, and he trades another pair of rooks. With every piece that's gone, his chances exponentially decrease. This should be a win.
Oh, Queen F6. Take it.
Rook D2.
Rook D2. He found it. Unbelievable.
What a game. And he proves me wrong. I stand corrected as Arseny with another sigh of relief.
Wow. You could see all of the emotions in the players there. Arseny, he's glad that he gets a little break because that was a roller coaster game and he handled the complications extraordinarily well.
He's gotten better as the match has progressed in time pressure with cold blood and I'm confusing 3 different expressions with ice water in his veins. Cold-blooded. Arseny brings the match to within a point, but Brandon has been doing a fantastic job with the black pieces. So this next game is going to be crucial. But first, a short break for the players. They definitely have earned it, and hopefully we have as well. Don't go anywhere. This match is going to be a doozy. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. The inaugural match continues on the other side of this break.
Okay, so I didn't realize that you can't play A8.
Takes rook D2 or rook B2, and then you just take the pawn on B4.
Oh, king of 6, rook B4, bishop E7. Only chance. If you go rook 6 B4, bishop E7.
But then rook B8, and then black gives up an exchange, and he's got chances. Vlad is done in 4 seconds. How does he win?
My, he doesn't know what to do. Bishop E7. There's chances.
Take E7.
Play rook B1. Play rook B1. If you play rook B1,
rook 28.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That didn't just happen. Oh my God.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, and he is just destroyed emotionally right now.
Oh my God.
How?
What in the world? I didn't even see the mate.
Me neither.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Well, welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Robert, it's time for the Chess Kid question of the day, which is, ever lost to someone younger than you? Tell us the story and be in to win a Chess Kid Gold membership. Robert, unfortunately, in both of our cases, the older we get, the more emphatic our affirmative answer to that question becomes.
You know, we played in world youth events, and I feel like age was a bigger factor when we were younger. When you're like in the under 12 category and you're playing the 11-year-old versus like the other people that are, you know, born in the same month as you. So of course the answer is yes. And one of the people I lost to who's 8 months younger than me, Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, I'm guessing you're watching this. Still upset with you. I've never forgiven you and I never will.
Dang. It sounds like there's some scores that need to be settled here.
No, I'm just messing. But no, I did lose to Fabiano, and he is 8 months younger than I am. And we played in youth events. So it was all factual until the part that I have forgiven him, because, yeah. How about you, man?
You have a couple days ago. Let me think about this. Yeah, I remember being, you know, the little kid that had to sit in the booster seat. And, you know, there was a time when I was always younger than all of my opponents in a tournament. Now, I was talking about this in a stream a couple of months ago. I've reached the point where usually over half of my opponents are younger than me in a tournament, which is a very disconcerting feeling. You know, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be young, but in chess terms, I'm no spring chicken. Speaking of spring chickens, okay, not speaking of spring chickens, but the match has continued is what I wanted to say. And another Carlsbad. They're repeating.
Big difference is that this time there's an A5 move and then knight to A6. And the other game,
Brandon's black.
And Brandon's black. The other time the knight went to D7. So these two have a relatively similar repertoire.
Yeah, they do. And their styles are not too dissimilar either. I would say there's this positional nature of about their styles, but Brandon, I think, is a little bit more comfortable in chaotic positions.
Right. And in the other game, there was like a knight that was supposed to come to B6, and the bishop went to A6. But now their knight's on E6 rather than on D7, which means that C5 comes with a little bit more force, but you can't rush that move from Black's perspective.
No, you cannot. And from White's perspective, E3, E4 has to be considered very seriously now, because if you dilly-dally too long, then Black is going to get significant counterplay with B4, with C5, as you mentioned.
Okay, well, Arseny down 40 seconds on the clock. Time and time again, it has not been his friend today.
No, it is not. And as he continues to contemplate E4, dropping now below 2 minutes on the clock.
And you could also consider a knight hop over to F5, because G6, you would already think about sacrificing here. And B4 is such a committal choice from Black's perspective that it's not clear that you want to do that just yet.
Yeah, and yield the E4 square. Finally, Arseny decides on E3, E4, which I like. I think that's the challenging option. Now, takes and C5 is interesting.
Ooh.
Gosh, I don't envy either of the players here who've got to deal with this ridiculously complicated situation.
Not at all. And you know, you want to get this pawn center for White, have a semi-open F file, go for an attack, maybe an E5 push and all that good stuff. So now Brandon, he's sitting trying to figure out, do I push this B4 move that we keep highlighting and trade off bishops? Is that even available? Because after B4, bishop A6, rook A6, A takes B4, you'll have to take with a bishop on B4, which may not be what you want to do. So he takes on E4 first. And I was even thinking, Danya, about knight takes E4, just to immediately put pressure on this pawn. But of course, we ideally want our pawns in the center.
You know who else is thinking about knight takes E4?
Arseny Nesterov.
That is correct.
I'm good at guessing.
And he's thinking about it too long.
Yeah, he is. He is. He needs to go.
Well, he heard the great Robert Hess make a suggestion. That's all he needed to hear. As he continues to knight takes E4. Actually, the more I look at it, the more appealing it looks. And he plays it. Doesn't create an aesthetic effect, but I think it's quite effective.
Yeah, he's just playing it fun. And now look at this. A4 at some moment could be played. There's a pin on the B5 pawn, but he instead just plants his knight into C5. And after takes, that bishop on A6, never going to be a good piece.
And the queen on D8 isn't going to be a good piece either. The rook's going to come to D1. And if you plant a knight on D5, it looks stable, but that knight can be dislodged either with a bishop from E4 or with a knight from E2 to C3. Brandon's dug himself into a bit of a positional hole here.
I'm already looking, ways to improve the bishop, but you have to watch out because the pawn's on f3. This bishop on f2 is very important. So rook f to d1 comes on a4, not out of the question, although it is for the moment because of knight b4. But I'm just still looking for a4 at the right time.
You played rook ad1, to which Brandon responds with queen c7, and now bishop e4 looks quite tempting to me. There's bishop g3, but I wouldn't play it just because the e3 square would be left unattended.
D4.
I like it. Knight d4, knight f5.
I was pointing to h7 before, and you saw me doing that because sometimes you throw the bishop here and then move back. But look what Arseny just allowed. His position still looks good, but finally this bishop on a6 has gained some play.
And Brandon very alert there, opening up his bishop. The other bishop could come out to f6, and all of a sudden, Brandon's going to get quite a bit of activity for his pieces. Knight back to f6.
Bishop f5, rook d8.
Black is okay. Black is totally fine there.
I would think about bringing this bishop into a square like d6 at some point, but this knight.
30 seconds.
It's got to go.
Jeez.
Is he thinking about knight d4?
He's frozen. Bishop g3. No, I would keep the light squared. I would not give away the light squared bishop.
Yeah, bishop f5 is what comes to mind, but c5 now a target.
Well, bishop f5 and knight d4, and you counterattack c6.
That is true.
Doesn't inspire confidence at all.
No, and
Whoa.
I was just saying before, all sorts of problems here.
No, this cannot be good. Bishop takes d6, definitely the move. And Brandon has 18 hours to think about how to refute this. Maybe even b3, b4, b3 at some point.
It's such a frustrating move to see if you're looking at this from White's perspective, just trying to dislodge your queen from the defense of this knight on e2.
And then queen f2 after queen d2. I think that wins.
That's a problem. That's a big problem.
Brandon
takes. Queen f2. So bishop d3 takes. Queen takes. You're barely holding on there.
Bishop d3, then b3.
Yeah, there's like rook e3 coming. Ugh.
Ooh, knight coming to e3. Knight g3? Oh, no, you can't do that.
Well, he plays rook f1 and immediately is in some trouble. So what's the move here? Can you just move your queen back and then play knight e3? That's probably what I would do in my opponent's time trouble. He plays it, and the evaluation changes.
It's not the best. And knight d4, queen takes c6.
Queen c6. Oh my goodness.
Is Nesterov going to recover here?
No way. So 4 seconds left.
What if you play like queen a7?
Knight b5?
Queen b8? No, queen a7, I think you go rook fe1.
Ah, there is a pin down the e-file.
And with every ticking second, Arseny gets more time to prepare his defense against whatever Brandon can throw at him. 14 seconds for Brandon all of a sudden.
Yeah, Brandon's trade queens.
D7, make a move.
Oh, wow, d7 first.
Great move.
Arseny could win this.
Yes, he could. Queen takes a8 and knight c6 is coming. Knight c6.
Take it. What are you thinking about? Oh my gosh, he barely got that move off. Take the rook.
He's gonna flag.
Oh my
rook e1.
Rook d8. You can.
I would just
king f2. Okay, he found a way out. The knight, there's no good discovery.
There's no discoveries.
King f2.
No, he's up on time.
And don't take on b2 because rook b7.
Rook d1. Don't want to fork.
Knight e5 is possible at some moment. He's going g4. Don't. He's moving so slowly.
Yes, he is, and he's about to get mated there as he gets his king back out.
Okay, king e3. Don't go to g3. King up and f7.
But now Brandon could have captured that with check. Instead, he blunders f7.
Knight g5 and king f4.
This is winning now.
2 extra pawns.
But will he make the moves in time h4?
Yeah, now look at him. You see him speeding up.
It's easy.
Just f4, king g5. Wow,
oh my God.
How did he not lose on time?
Unbelievable. And how did he win this game? Not even a draw. Rook g7, rook h7, and f7. Exquisite.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable game by Nesterov.
That was... He was lost, right? He was the one who couldn't move. He had no time remaining. But sometimes it happens when you get into those moments where you're looking for the win, doesn't find it, and queen takes c6 out of nowhere after getting forked. What a way to survive.
And it's one of the most infuriating things. You watch your opponent's clock tick down to 0.2 seconds. There was one move that I was sure he was going to flag.
Yeah.
And then he somehow got out of it.
And how was he down 25 seconds again?
Already. Like 6. Literally, they made the theoretical Catalan moves and he's already down.
We've seen
this
this
sustainable.
No, we've seen this position numerous times today.
Oh my goodness. And Nesterov again can't decide what to do. A3.
And you can take and go for this B5, C6 stuff. We saw this earlier. Okay, now opponent's direct attack.
There we go.
I guess he just proved himself that he can get down on time. You know, you said it's not sustainable. The way he just handled that was
sustaining it.
You really want to play C3 and B4, but you have to remember your rook is not defended back here. So the knight comes back to B1 and you can't defend the pawn.
Well, you could play C3, knight B1 and buy yourself some time and go bishop B7. Instead, Nesterov, though, trying to cling to his pawn. Okay, look at the time. Again, he's a minute down, 11 moves in.
Just needs to go. We really can only say it so many times. He's playing way too slowly.
I can say it a couple more times.
Bishop A6. Just make a move.
Oh my goodness. These are some of the biggest time deficits we've seen in the JSCC.
It's like I'm playing. I know from experience, right?
Well,
you shouldn't waste all this time because you're probably not going to get beaten in the next 5 moves. So just play. I wish I could take my own advice. I say, do as I say, not as I do.
Well, knight BD7. So for now, like keeping his extra pawn, knight E5 is not possible.
Take it.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Because after bishop 8, there's queen takes D4. And at the minimum, you have 2 pawns for the exchange. It goes knight E1.
Okay, so he's going to D3, I guess, and clamping down on the C5 square.
So can you play knight D5? I guess that will just be captured. So it's like going here.
Yep. Gift me the pawn.
I'm curious about B4.
I think Arseni has to change the course of the game. I like B4.
All right. Well, Arseni and I we're speaking to each other. No, actually, don't worry. Players.
Whoa! That's the next scandal.
You know what's funny? You said whoa, and I looked. It's like, wait, what just happened? What am I missing? And you were just playing into my very poor jokes. I appreciate that. That's a good friend move right there.
You're very welcome. Always there for you.
So A B4, bishop D3, queen D3, A takes B4. Black remains up a pawn, but look at this beautiful bishop.
I'm looking at it. What do you want me to see?
Just its full scope. Appreciate it for what it is.
Okay. Me and appreciate usually don't go in the same sentence. So they're doing it, but with every piece that disappears, Robert, the pressure on the queen side and the stakes on the queen side aren't that high for Black. Like, okay, even if Black loses B4, he can manage to go C7, C5 and trade off the D4 pawn. Black will be okay. But Agreed. He's not going to do that anytime soon. Brandon's got total control over all the key squares here.
Yeah, I'm looking at knight A5, just trying to jump that knight into the game here. And we can see why knight to B6 was played. He wants a knight D5, maybe even a knight into C3. And if White isn't careful, Black could actually, I mean, like right now, if you play E4, there's knight C3 and you can't take B4 because of the knight E2, 4.
Which is why I don't like leading with a queen. Yasser always likes to say the queen is often best as a supporting actress. When it's leading the way, it gets caught in all of these moves. And there we see it, rook B8, knight C3.
And what does Canty say? You block with your face?
What does who say?
Canty?
Oh, block with your face. Yeah.
Right. So like queen B5 is a blocking with your face. And look at this. Now the pawn is protected. The rook is happily on B8. It feels like Black got a few free turns. And after this, knight B5 is possible, defending and attacking. But I don't know if you want to bring the knight over there.
Although it forces the rook away from A7.
Knight D5 played.
So E4 is probably too flimsy.
Even knight B5 there, and the other knight. Just...
Ooh, look at you. I like that idea.
Okay, so E4 played. There's also queen F6, then king G2.
Or knight F6, attacking the E4 pawn.
Just going directly for the center.
Simple chess. 26 seconds now in the meantime for Arseny.
Knight b6 was also possible. Oh no, because queen for there was no knight c8. The rook was hanging. So he plays your move. I like it.
Knight c5 now looks pretty natural to me.
But knight b5. And then boom.
Oh,
d4 falls.
Forkovich!
Yeah, he got
Arseny
it.
is so sharp now tactically.
You are correct, though, that Arseny feels like he's getting better as the match continues in time trouble.
Does. It absolutely does. Compared to his earlier games, he's tactically in time pressure. He's seeing everything now.
Just that knight does everything.
And now he's borderline winning after queen takes d4.
So rook a4, just knight takes d4 here. Hits the bishop.
Yeah,
Two extra
queen
pawn.
takes d4.
Queen d4, rook takes b4, I was thinking, and he's got to move, though. 16 seconds, he plays knight takes d4. He's trusting himself.
You're right, knight d4 is much better. And then, if necessary, e6, e5 to support the knight.
I like the look of that.
Only if necessary.
But he's spending all his time. Got to move.
Queen d6. Okay, goes e5.
Like, that's a move he really could have played instantly. Just trade rooks, play queen d6. Natural choices. Knight d7 is kind of not anymore.
I would go c6. Yep, he plays it. So the pawn is defended by the knight.
And if you can trade these knights, then black is just very happy.
Okay, bishop b3, aiming at the f7 pawn.
I like that move.
Uh-oh, Brandon getting his rook to a7.
Or not.
Stops it.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4 is
rook
b2.
Oh, he kicks the knight out first.
Oh, and e4 is going to hang.
Knight six. Oh, it was hanging directly.
Could have taken it.
But he's getting defensive, which I can't blame him for. Knight takes e4, take on e5. Watch out for e5 hanging.
Knight d7, but knight e5, knight e5.
Oh gosh, and takes queen d4.
Oh,
what?
Queen f7.
Oh, it's too complicated. Oh gosh, no time for either player.
Rook b2, e5 though. Brandon's on top now.
Oh, and there was no rook a2. That was the problem.
Is there mate?
It's close.
Oh, he's gonna flag. Rook h7 mate.
Oh, and Brandon just like shaking his head. He doesn't even know what just happened.
And guess what? Every time, Arseny's pulled some of these out in time pressure, but he's getting in acute time pressure every single game. And Brandon is not to be messed with in these situations.
You said it was not sustainable, and Arseny, he's been playing very well under the duress of time trouble, but that was one of those examples where Brandon's just the better bullet player, and the position was immensely complicated.
This is the line Brandon plays against me every single time. This early knight e4 and bishop e4, bishop h4. I think black is totally fine here.
Good piece there.
He's down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't understand how this happens every game, but I do understand because it happens to me. But I'm saying I can be empathetic, but I don't know how it happens to me, so I can't really explain how it happens to him.
But part of JSCC's success in these matches in general is the ability to make adjustments as the match goes, not after the match, looking back and say, "Oh, I should have done this and this." The ability to self-diagnose in the moment, and Arseny is not doing that.
But you're talking about adjustments. Magnus Carlsen told us during the World Championship, saying adjust, it's not a big deal.
Oh.
Oh gosh, thank you for your little chortle over there.
Chortle. That's a funny word. You don't hear that every day. After 396.
True. This bishop will be defended. Yeah, and the grass is green, Danya. At this point, we're used to him being down a minute.
What about e4 DE and knight takes e4? That's a vicious idea.
But there's knight.
Does that work though? Rook
f5
there.
I don't think it works.
I think he's going to be calculating it. Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Here are the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g6 is fine for black as well. That center could easily collapse.
It looks like a position that's terrible for black because of the pawns, but as you're saying, the pawns are targets.
Rook e1 I would throw in, and then maybe put the queen on f2, trying to maximally protect these center pawns. Goes e5.
Surprising, but he carves out the e4 square. He has to watch out with the queen about to land on d3 after. Whoa, where are those arrows going? I don't even know how that happened. I didn't even go to that side of the board. Whew.
I think I would have done that. Knight c4. Would have.
Whoa.
Queen
can't take it.
Check.
That was cool.
Oh, and rook f4, knight takes e5. My gosh. Oh, my lambs. Look at all these tactics.
Takes here, king h1. Pawn takes, because he has to go for it.
No, but knight e3 is on tap as well. White's just going to end up a pawn down for no comp.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Before king h1 was played, look at the eval. So king h1 was such a natural move, but a blunder.
Apparently, rook f2, I guess, was the way to go.
Yeah, very easy move to play, of course.
Of course, yeah, that's totally natural to pin your own rook, right, rather than moving the king away. But now b5, and this is a shutdown game for Brandon.
Yeah, Arseni's even king h7 because knight d2 in some positions looks mighty unpleasant. But I guess after knight d2 is queen d1.
Oh, that's right, pinning the queen. And it looks like the 2-point lead is going to be back.
It's a 2-minute lead as well. I just looked at the clock again. 37 seconds to 2 minutes and now 15 seconds.
Unreal. King h7. And he plays it, but what about a takes b5?
Queen d1?
Whoa. I don't like this. Knight takes b5?
Yes, please.
And queen takes b2, knight c7.
There's also an argument for rook f7 type of ideas.
He doesn't have the time to calculate it. He's got 20 seconds. Even knight c1 is a move.
And there's a mistake in a position where he was getting back into the game, and Brandon now has 2 minutes remaining to 20 seconds.
This is absurd. Rook a d8 looks natural, just defending everything.
Although b5 is loose.
Yeah, but queen takes b2. I feel like, I see what you're doing.
I'm just getting tricky.
Oh, the rook takes e5 there. I feel like all of the tactics are going to work out for black because his pieces are fundamentally more active.
Well, there was a Forkovich in f7. No.
I see.
In that particular
you adopted my phraseology. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You're speaking like Yasser in part today, so I have to speak like you.
You are the 5 people who you spend most time with, right? I feel like every time I commentate with Yasser, I start doing certain things. Like I say e5, e6.
Yes, I noticed that.
Which I kind of like. I feel like it's a clean way of indicating moves. It's easier to follow.
That's true. Knight b5? Knight d6? Oh, wait, knight c7.
Yeah, but I thought that's an exchange.
Oh, my goodness. And
what does Brandon even do?
Like, this e-pawn is scary now.
And rook e2 is in the cards as well. That could add insult to injury after white takes one of the rooks.
This, to my eyes, if I had this position as black in a game with less than a minute left, I think I just lost the game. And then I had to come up with tactics just to survive. But it looks really
better.
Not by that move.
No, but just take a8 and e6.
Here it comes. Oh, queen d5 almost wins with his rook c8. But then rook takes a. No, okay, everything's collapsing here for
the back rank. Though the back rank is worrisome for white, so I would keep as many pieces on the first rank as possible. I would go e6. Woo!
Wow, he takes that. Is there a threat?
7.
93, I guess. No, it's not really even that big a threat.
Wait, 93
takes a 93. Takes a 93.
Oh, and knight takes g2.
The rook is loose over here.
Brandon, now look at his clock. He's down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, and there it goes.
Oh, he found it. Queen g1, knight takes g2, and the king is wide open.
Here it goes. Rook. Can the rook follow the queen? Rook
yes,
C1?
It can, but you get a draw at best.
But maybe the knight is just not that good of a
queen d1.
Queen d1. Queen d1's an excellent. Okay, he's repeating.
Knight back to d5. Knight h4 though. Knight creates mate threats. Knight f6 check. Knight f6.
Oh, knight f6. He found it. Queen a7. Rook d8.
No way.
Oh my gosh! Out of absolutely nowhere.
What an idea. And he ties the match at 8 apiece.
I'm gonna find that game again. I need to show that one more time. That was
unbelievable.
That was nuts. I need to find that game right now.
Unbelievable.
Look at that. We were just making the point that White's king was in danger because queen e4 leads to mate. But then he's out of nowhere plays knight f6. If the king goes to h8, there's rook d8 mate. And queen takes a7, king back, rook d8 is check and mate. Danya, that really happened out of nowhere.
The geometry, seeing these lateral side-to-side moves with no time on the clock, especially when your own king is on the verge of getting mated, that is beyond impressive. And Arseni has stepped up his game tactically. He pulls it out in a situation, again, where Brandon was up 2 minutes and had a winning position.
I think Arseni's been doing his puzzle rush. That was a puzzle rush moment.
Same thing.
I mean, that was unbelievable stuff. And right now, Arseni down 20 seconds on the clock. Every single game, and he plays F5, creating some huge weaknesses in his position.
Yeah, this looks very dubious right out of the gates here.
And at some point, he would like to get C5 in to open up his other bishop. You know, I'll say something, Danya. The position objectively is good for white. I think practically black has some decent chances here.
I mean, especially if he can go C65 and open up the other bishop.
It's like it looks unpleasant because the E6 pawn, but are you in time to actually pile up the pressure on it? C5, bishop C4, maybe? Oh.
Yeah, and knight E5 isn't impressive. Okay, bishop D3 walks right into C5, no?
Yes.
I don't understand what Brandon has in mind against it.
Probably wants some kind of rook E1.
You know, okay, we're about to find out. We are on the same wavelength.
I was even thinking about rook F6. The problem is after it takes bishop.
Ooh. That comes out of nowhere. He wants to take D4.
Is there a queen H4 happening and double attack?
Talk about puzzle rush.
Wow. Arseni is seeing everything right now.
Rush. Whoa. Look at that. Those bishops are going to be hanging. Now, this is not that great for white, but it's impressive.
So this bishop and this bishop are hanging, and you don't want to give up the bishop pair for nothing.
How do you do this? Knight F6, there's GF. I don't like that.
Can you play CD4?
Rook D6?
And then knight C... Knight...
Yeah, exactly. Knight.
I'm just saying good night, Danya. I'm taking a snooze.
A nap. Okay. Now, what about bishop F4?
Yes.
GF CD, and then I want to put the knight on C5.
That actually, I think, is the best variation for black because it's really tempting to move your bishops and take things like bishop H2 check or bishop takes G2 and all that stuff. And maybe those are options, but you're move bishop F4 and CD. That way you can go knight C5. I like that.
But knight C5, bishop takes C5, and it is a pawn down.
He's doing it.
Yeah, yes.
He went bishop F4. We're going to see exactly this.
Okay. What about knight B8 after bishop takes C4?
Oh, no. You sneaky bishop E3.
Takes an F4?
Ah, you're the worst. But you're the best.
I didn't see any of that.
Wait a second. So bishop D4, knight B8. He probably didn't.
I think that was. Brandon saw all of that in like milliseconds.
I want to check that out for a second. Bishop D4, knight B8. You were right.
Winning. Wow.
So he figured that out very quickly. Bishop E3 encourages the trade, but as you pointed out, F4 at the end removes the rook from the defense of the bishop on D3.
That's a great line. Okay, so we have a trade. Now bishop on D3 is ideally placed, and white controls the only open file. It still is good, fine for black, I think.
You know what I feel like I'm watching, Danya? Is like a David Paravian game.
Yes, because you got the Scotch structure. That's exactly right.
You have the Scotch structure, the bishop on the light squares, and black is better because the pawn structure, A5, A4 in some positions. And the issue, though, is black doesn't want to trade all the rooks. If you trade all the rooks, just a draw on the spot. So how do you play on if you're Nesterov here and try to get the full point?
I don't think you do. I think you just go rook E8.
How about this? Rook D7 to E7?
Oh. Okay, but rook D7, white can play rook 1 E2.
And then I play rook D8 and then rook E7.
Okay.
Ooh, he just made the draw.
Yeah. Brandon offered a draw. Or said he declined it. Maybe he wants to know. He
offered it. Yeah. It's one of those things you don't even see the offer. You're just making moves. And
right. They don't see each other's offers.
Okay, well, 8.5, 8.5. It is still a tied match. Danya, I really thought Brandon was going to pull away once he had a 2-point lead. And Arseni says, yeah.
That's exactly what he says. And yeah, I can see him mouthing that. Okay, so this is, again, a pivotal game because going to the bullet, okay, let's be real. Brandon is a big favorite in the bullet, but Arseni has shown that he is more than capable of surviving and thriving in mutual time pressure situations.
Yes. And I mean, Brandon has been going for this 94 idea in positions like this. He's spending his time. So this is, I think, the most I've seen Brandon think in the opening.
Yeah. Arseni, is he going to be up on time? 10 moves in?
Are we sure that the colors at Chess.com, is Arseni really playing with the black pieces here? Can we get verification? No, Arseni for once has a lead on the clock, plays H3. Ooh, well,
okay.
I'm starting to like this for white already. You got the bishop
94?
there.
Maybe he wants 94 now.
Well, he doesn't go for it. And now the bishop can even slide back to G3. So 94 is out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
94 is usually how Brandon. Yeah, now bishop G3. I think he's missed the opportunity to go 94.
And I'm thinking about B3 just to keep the knight out of C4, but I'm not sure that's really that scary anyway, because I can play B3 after. I just have to watch out for the forks, and he starts with rook D1.
Bishop D6 is also one way that black could try to. Yeah, bishop H4, bishop E7. How about that repetition?
That would be something. So queen F5, G6,
back to F3. Maybe even queen F4 can be considered there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to induce a weakness.
The best sound effects they make in such a position is like, it's like that. I don't know what that represents. It's like you're playing for a little edge here, but not much.
I thought he was going to take on E4. Now you obviously do not take on E4, at least not with the knight, because he was a piece, and he goes queen E2. The best thing that Arseni has done in this game, Danya, is look at the clock. He's about even on time.
And this is his blueprint for the bullet. Obviously, in the bullet, you cannot afford to do nearly the stuff that he's been doing in the blitz time-wise. F3, a committal move, but he's going for E4, going principled.
Yeah, and he did it in 5 seconds. Instead of spending 30 seconds, as he's done in previous games, the E3 pawn, not that big a deal. He can slide his queen to F2, line up E4. That's all. Even play G4. That's not out of the question.
And for Brandon, does he go C6, C5, and get our favorite IQP structure? He does, but takes a knight B5, knight D4, and white's just more comfortable there.
That's right. And even bishop B5 is something to consider here, kicking that rook away.
Mm-hmm.
And Arseni thinking he takes. He can just play E4 if he wants a slightly better position.
I think he's going to go knight B5.
You called it. I don't think that pawn's really under attack, but let's just pretend like it is. Rook C1, though, may put that pawn in threat, and then the knight, of course, come to D4.
Knight D4. Now, knight takes E3 is not a move.
It is not.
It's still not a move. B3.
Because there's a check on H7. It's funny because you may think that knight E3, rook E3, queen D4, you're like looking at this diagonal, but the problem was on the D file. Knight F5. This is starting to look worrisome, isn't it?
Yes, and knight E7 seems to be de rigueur. Otherwise, queen G3 is going to create massive threats.
Yeah, if queen G3 happens, you know you're in trouble. And if knight E7, is there at some point you would like to make this work, but it doesn't look available to you, especially with the E3 pawn?
I honestly would repeat with white. I feel like if Brandon finds knight E7, the problem with playing this with white, Robert, is that eventually I'd be really worried about the E3 pawn getting weak in a time scramble.
That's true. But if they're knight E7, I could move my knight to G3 or something, right?
Yeah. Brandon taking a long time. He's down on the clock again.
Or rook D4 is not out of the question either.
Blockading the pawn and in some situations preparing a rook lift. Okay, 1 minute for Jacobson.
It was queen C7, so we know why he queen H4, hitting the knight on F6 and throwing knight takes H6.
Yes, black wants queen E5.
Oh gosh, and then there's like you're inviting F4, then queen G3, like with tempo.
Oh, yeah, that looks very scary. Move, or saying. Here we go with this again.
I feel like that's what we've said. The thing we said most today to Arseni. You complimented his chess and then said move. Queen H4.
Okay, he plays it.
So queen E5, F4 is like queen B2.
Yeah, that queen's surprisingly hard to attack. Rook e6, another way of solidifying the knight.
And
Okay,
allowing.
Knight d4 maybe is the most prudent.
Just to trade off the knights.
And get the queen to d4 so that your e3 pawn doesn't fall under pressure. 30 seconds now for Nesterov. Okay, so he goes for another type of diffuse.
I like that. I actually really like that move because the end game with king coming to f2, it just has the appearance of one that should be quite decent for white. King f2, just you got to move.
I don't know if I agree with that though. Rook d8 and h5.
Yeah, but where are you ultimately going, I guess is my question.
Yeah. No, I agree. And white should play h4 in response to h5. That's actually a key detail.
It's like rook d2 is fine.
a3 before bishop a2 also.
Oh, I like the look of that.
Merits consideration.
But a3, there could be like a knight. Ooh, he just wants to trade.
Okay, so he's going king f8, keeping the tension.
10 seconds. What? Now this is hanging. So don't leave it there for too long.
That's easy to miss. Oh, yeah, rook takes, I take e1. No, the knight's defending the rook.
And there we go. We see a trade. And now this is a pinned knight. And down to 20 seconds is Brandon. So both sides. Rook takes. This is okay, 95. I think an
Bishop's
important
really
move.
good here. Easy to miss a tactic though. Bishop coming to e4.
Yeah.
d2 goes the rook.
Bishop e4 for sure.
f5 maybe?
f5. Same wavelength.
Brandon's going back. I would put a rook on c2.
Yeah, I would just move my rooks. Move it. Okay, goes rook d6 offering a trade.
So easy to miss a fork here.
Yeah, like g4, knight takes g4 at some point.
Yeah, one of those tactics.
It's like almost checkmate.
I would
Check.
go king e3. Goes after the pawn, but I don't like that.
There was an f5. F5 trapped the bishop.
Oh my god, the bishop had no squares. Bishop on rook c1, but okay, they're past it.
Rook d8, king e7. Okay, knight c5.
Don't
bishop.
go king d4.
Oh gosh, that would walk right into a fork. But he will play king d4 later, it looks like.
Or bishop c4.
He plays bishop c4 and bishop moves back.
Oh, but Brandon's going to infiltrate.
Oh my gosh.
I don't like this for Arseny. He's getting himself pinned and forked and all sorts of stuff here.
Bishop back. Yeah, move it. There it goes.
Knight c5 and then jumping back and hither and thither.
But the rook went to a8. That was a good move by Arseny there. Oh no, I don't like that.
King f5, king f4.
I don't love the move a5 there.
Oh, and he got him pinned, but Brandon chasing the rook away.
Okay. Bishop, it's not checkmate, but it's a check that you have to be careful about. He goes for it.
Bishop c4? No.
I was thinking the same thing. I was wondering about that endgame. Okay. Rook b7. Okay, I like rook b7 more.
There might be a repetition here.
Rook e6.
But who does that trade favor? Oh, now the b pawn is hanging.
Well, he goes, if knight d4 is bishop c4. Bishop c4.
Brave move, knight f5.
Watch out for rook f8.
Rook
no,
d4,
but rook d4. Oh, what a move, king f4.
Oh, making space for the rook, and now 93.
Oh!
G2.
He walks right into it.
Last possible moment, he blunders.
Brandon was so tricky there.
Oh, my lands, and it's over. 3-2 pawns up.
Completely done.
Wow.
You got to try.
Bishop c4, but okay, this should be an easy win.
And f6
pushes the king away. Whew. A huge win for Brandon going into the bullet. Move.
That was something. That was unreal by Brandon to see the trickiness of the knight.
And knight c4 is coming, and he's just in time to supervise the promotion of the pawn. Wow. Unreal.
Well, I mean, that moment, if we can just quickly highlight it once more. First of all, right here, to find king f4, because rook d4 just looks like it wins a piece, but it's actually checkmate. And to be able to get here, and then king d5, of course, we get why he was trying to dart to the pawn on b6, but allowing this fork.
You got to keep tabs on the knight at all times. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. And that's why the knight is such a valuable piece in bullet and in blitz. And the upshot is that Brandon goes up a point, Robert. Arseny has his work cut out for him because bullet is Brandon's specialty.
I get the feeling, though, Danya, that Arsen's going to surprise us. He's going to be lightning quick in a way that we haven't seen from him in the early stages of the Blitz game. So I'm just ready, full steam ahead in this matchup between Jacobson and Nesterov.
And he has shown his ability to make adjustments during the match. We talked about the importance of that. Will Arseny make up that 1-point lead and strike back in the bullet? There's only one way to find out. Quick break. And then the final segment will be underway. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, the Bullet, and the final segment of our inaugural match coming up in just a couple of moments.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
I love that move C5. He's just pushing that. Don't stop pushing.
Full chess, yeah. Look, he's got an escape square. There's no F4. There's nothing aggressive Black can do. Naroditsky, it's looking like he's out right here.
Oh, but take on F4. Oh, rook G8. Oh, my goodness.
Rook B3 is coming.
Oh, is that king mate? And rook G4 is mate.
It's checkmate. Oh, my God.
No way.
It's literally forced mate.
Oh, my gosh. And poor Min.
I can't believe that.
I've never felt so devastated for somebody.
Even Danya, his mouth is wide open. He can't believe that's forced mate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually in shock, Robert.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. That's sig.com/chess. And the SIG question of the day, Robert, is how do you plan on using your gaming skills in your career? Lots of them all over. We have a pretty distinctive career, so gaming skills, they come in handy every single day. We literally basically game for a living. Can you even call chess gaming? I never know. Anyways, something to mull over.
For sure. And I'm sure people from all sorts of professions, they use gaming in their line of work, maybe not directly, but some skills that they picked up. And speaking of skills, we know how talented Brendan Jacobson is in the bullet time controls. He has a lead thanks to the blitz. Can Nesterov make up this 1 point deficit? Doesn't sound like much, but when we see the start of the next game and Brandon's rating, I think everyone will understand that it's going to be difficult for Nesterov.
I'm super excited about this. We get courtside seats, and the match has been really, really high level so far. I much prefer these close matches to blowouts. It's the same in sports. This has been so interesting. Similar openings and similar styles. The time management is obviously going to be one of the major storylines as they get this bullet underway. But you made a prediction, Robert, and I agree with you. I don't see Arseny. I mean, he's self-aware. He realizes how important it is to stay with Brandon on the clock. And here they go. 30 more minutes of 1+1 to decide our inaugural JSCC match.
And it's not like 2,900 is a bad bullet player, but you look at that rating, I mentioned it, 30-56 for Brandon Jacobson. We saw him participate in the Bullet Chess Championship. He, of course, is very familiar to many in our audience right now. And we have an exchange Slav, a quiet opening from White's perspective. But look at the clock already.
Yep, a couple of seconds up. And the only thing that White can contend for here is that the black light squared bishop is a little bit inferior to its counterpart, as we see.
And he blundered. He blundered. Mm-hmm.
Arseny so alert. The queen is overloaded. It's overloaded. It's defending the rook and the knight at the same time.
And wow, not the start that you wanted from Brandon Jacobson. The game is not over. It's only one pawn, and there still is a lot left to convert such an advantage. But that's a huge oversight with the queen is doing too much work.
But it's not just any pawn. It is a center pawn. And if I'm Brandon, I would take on d4 with the pawn, and I would have moved a long time ago. Bishop takes h7, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, Daniel Shush. I was actually calculating stuff that you didn't even see.
And he's not even down a pawn.
Restore material balance.
He has indeed.
Okay. An e5 here, maybe? Queen h4 check?
I was thinking the same thing. Takes an a4. So he escapes. Brendan, he does not have an advantage. That's clear. But at least he's not down material.
Black's king could be vulnerable in some of these positions. I would consider tucking it back to g8 just to avoid all of these potential checks.
Okay, well, he goes knight e4, knight e5. Watch out for knight d7.
Uh-oh. And that's why I would have my king on g8, because now if you move your rook from f8, you drop f7.
That's right.
How does he defend? Queen d6, good move.
Wow, forcing a queen trade.
Brandon could take on c8 and take on f7, but that would give up the c file. I wouldn't do that even at the cost of a pawn.
No, that's not the pawn you want, because you're going to lose both your queenside pawns. He trades queens, but f3 keeps the knight out of e4. And Danya, f6, maybe knight c4 coming.
Now the e6 pawn is tender, but Arseny brings his king over to f7 to defend it.
And by the way, Arseny's up on time. So he's showing off his bullet skills so far in this game.
But Brandon's making more progress here, pushing those pawns, controlling important squares. It's still equal, but knight b5 maybe? No, Brandon getting his king into the center here. Come black center pawns.
Yeah. How far do you push him? E4, that could be an f4. He goes to, oh,
knight c5, but does he really gain that much by putting his knight on c5?
I guess the answer is not as much as it initially appeared.
Rook h1 and h6 maybe?
Look at that. Watch out for that. Oh, but there's an e4. He's not looking to advance.
No, rook h7. And now he's got black a little bit tied down. King e6, knight c5 check.
Oh, look at that move.
That's alert. Rook g7 though.
Rook g7, Mike, your rook trapped.
How does knight b7's a big threat?
Oh, he goes after these pawns. A4, is he pushed it to a3?
And knight e6 is a crucial resource. Okay. Knight takes f3.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which way to do this.
Knight b4 going to c2. He's going to collect that pawn.
Yeah, that's not good.
d4.
Just goes d3 and take this. But then the king might walk to f. Oh, the king could have walked
draw.
F5. This is definitely
It's a draw. King
at
E6.
least a draw. Yeah. I mean, oh, then there's G5.
But then there's G5.
Stop it! Why do we always do that? Oh, great move though. Great move.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh,
King C6.
Skin him, C knight C5.
Can
Knight B3 check.
Oh my gosh!
It's still a draw. It's still a draw.
Oh
my god, it's so close.
Yeah, that was really close there.
Oh my god, and Brandon, and a great first bullet game. That was amazing. Was that our first draw?
E5?
No.
No. But it's been a while.
Arseny with a bad pre-move.
Yeah. That was a Budapest gambit. Yeah. Budapest gambit decline.
So many times here. Bishop B4 is coming. This is really, really bad for white. Mark my words. I have lost probably 5 or 10 games from Brandon in exactly this position. He goes D5 and he piles it on.
Yeah, this just is an opening gone wrong. And it's what happens when you don't even face the gambit, right? He didn't push his pawn forward. He just allowed his pawn to be captured. And oh my gosh, the activity for black.
You cannot think of a worse position to have in a bullet game than having no pieces developed and beginning checkmated at the same time. Queen B3 is good, trying to force the queen trade. Ooh, still bad.
But this pawn now is a little loose.
Can Arseny get his pieces out? He needs to do it ASAP, and he's doing an excellent job acquitting himself very, very well in a difficult position here.
Yeah, Bishop B5 is already a threat, trying to remove the guard of the A7 pawn. So he allows it.
Brandon has taken his foot off the gas pedal completely.
Okay, but
92.
Well, he says, what about that gas pedal? Here I come.
Right. I'm pressing on it. Takes a 95. Looks interesting. But yeah, watch that A7 pawn.
And
That's
he
why
took care of
plays
it.
A6.
And I like that he didn't play King B8 because there's no queens on the board. Your king is perfectly safe and better towards the center.
And the fact that black controls the D file is super important. It means if white castles, he has to reckon with knight takes C3 and rook D2. This endgame is really, really hard to play, especially in bullet. Arseny is dropping down on the clock. I don't see him pulling this out.
I might play rook. Okay, he plays rook C1. I was going to say same. It's clearly not the best move, but I thought it was just a defensive effort that was needed. F6 closing down the bishop.
Good move, knight G3. Smoking out that E4 knight. He badly needs it off the board.
And if this king can come to E2, it's safe in the center, and trades will help white feel better about the position.
The time situation is equalized, Robert. Arseny is doing a great job of recovering, but here go Brandon's rooks, doubling on the D file. Can you stop infiltration?
Night before. He walked right into it. You just got to go.
It's over.
You got to run.
Knight D3 and knight E5 also
Rook B1.
good.
You just got to move.
Knight D3 still looks great.
Rook B1 there.
You really want that rook B1, don't you?
I'm just trying to survive. Oh, goodness. This doesn't look...
96, though. His knight is doing some work. Knight takes G7.
Uh-oh.
That's not a pawn. Brandon should have given him, and now he's down to 6 seconds.
And it's multiple pawns that happen.
King F4.
King F4.
Push it up. Here we go. Knight F5. It's not anybody's game.
Oh, my goodness. Here come white's pawns. E4, F3.
G3 and H3. 97, 95.
Oh, that's huge.
95.
That's huge.
Not seeing it. They're both.
He found it the third time. He found it the third time, and he was a full.
It's not over.
It's an exchange.
Robert, the game is very far from over. Look at Brandon's pawns.
Oh my gosh.
Rook takes B7.
Oh, that's a huge pawn. But he wants Rook C3. He wanted Rook C3 at the end.
He's got plenty of time all of a sudden, does Nesterov. Rook H5 and Rook H6. He's going after them.
Take him.
It's completely winning now. G5.
He's good. Check, and he wins C7.
Oh, but now knight takes C4. He had knight takes C4.
He had it. Now he runs away because he sees it. And Rook A1.
Here come the other pawn. Okay, Rook takes C3 is over.
Yeah, just take these pieces.
Or this. Too many. No, this is resigns.
Yeah, we saw Arseny win a game just like this earlier. A couple extra pawns.
Lions. And Brandon resigns. It's a tied match.
So Arseny is the first decisive winner of the bullet. Right, they had a draw, and now Arseny wins. It is a tie, 10-10. And I wonder if Brandon, how his nerves are doing.
And Brandon lost one of these incredibly close matches to Andrew Hong in the third qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got some practice. He's good under pressure. And this is a pivotal game. 10-10. Our score, 22 minutes left.
And we're waiting for E5. Nope, and F5. And he wants these kind of pawn pushes again.
And now he goes C4 straight away. But D5 is a great move. Bishop D3 in response to ED.
Uh-oh. Oh, he just takes back immediately because look at White's pieces.
No, this looks really, really bad for Arseni. Queen F7 though.
And knight
he's got to get the queen off of the E file, I would think. Too long.
I need to sneeze.
Sneeze
in the truth. You said it's taking too long. Sneeze in the truth. Bishop B5 played, and well, that's annoying. Bishop takes D5. There's all sorts of knight G5 and bishop C4 and bishop
smothered mates. Oh,
this is
disgusting.
Knight G5.
No way that worked.
Knight G5 and bishop C4. This is the win.
Yeah, that's actually really, really cool.
And he goes Queen D1.
Knight G5 is being set up. No,
and bishop takes D7 was a free piece. Knight G5.
Knight G5, Queen B7. Arseni trying his best.
Wait, is he going to survive this somehow?
No way.
Then there's bishop A6, the ends, Queen C6. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, bishop A6, Queen C6.
Are we going to see a draw?
Right, that's totally how the game is going to end. Bishop C4.
So takes.
He wants Queen takes D6 and Rook E7. Oh,
that is wonderful.
Who is it?
Queen D5. You just trade queens to play Rook E7 anyway.
Or even Rook E7 straight away and Rook takes G7. Wait, there might be no mate there.
No, there's mate.
H7, okay, H8.
Yeah, that's mate. Oh my gosh.
Gonna resign.
Rook E7. Rook E8. Oh my gosh.
And then Queen E5.
Oh, that's sick.
That's crazy. I mean, whoa.
And there's Rook E8.
Rook E8, he missed it.
And 3 seconds for Arseni. If he survives this.
Make it happen.
No way.
No. Brandon grabbed F7 and now he realizes what he's done. He attacks
with the rook. With the rook. Queen E7.
Queen D5.
Okay, I like that actually. King H7 is about to happen.
Gotta get some time though. With 2 seconds, he's going to flag. If he
I don't think so.
A little bit of time.
Knight G6.
What is the plan?
He wants to check.
It's still not over.
Knight G5. Okay, stop at 94. Immediately, you have to trade it. Yeah, he's losing this. He might check in Queen E4, but that Rook endgame is going to be a problem. Oh, what a move by Brandon. Rook D5.
Rook D7. Brandon's got this under control. Threatening mate on H6.
I couldn't even draw the arrow in time.
Queen F8 though.
Only idea.
Seconds for Brandon.
Queen F3.
Oh!
Check. I don't know about the ending.
Yay! He's gonna flag.
He got him. He's up 2 pawns. He got him on time. Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable how Arseni almost climbed back, but it was Brandon's composure there. He didn't lose his mind. He realized he blundered. He reoriented himself, and he kept putting the pressure.
And it goes to show Arseni cannot get down under 5 seconds versus 20+ seconds for Brandon.
Yeah. Okay, this line again. He's already down on the clock.
And he shouldn't be surprised. Takes, 92, knight F6. You protect this pawn in the center. He's spending way too much time.
That's a good move. He wants that F3 plan. 95. No, white is better here. F3?
Yeah, F3, knight C3.
For Brandon.
Bishop F5. Oh. He didn't.
Yeah, I thought bishop F5
there was knight takes A2. And then knight came back to B4. Which is pretty ridiculous. E4.
Okay, but how do you evaluate this position? I think if white can go E5 and then F4, F5, white's going to be much better.
Right, but black should try to strike with C5. Like if you're going to play E5, you have it quickly rook C8, C5, and go for the center. So he takes.
White's got the F file.
Which I don't love. But C5 still is going to be an option. So rook F5, there's queen takes F5 in that position.
Now rook takes C5 is a threat. Watch out. Okay, queen E6.
Make queen D5 even, because if you take, then the C pawn is weak.
Oh, that's good thinking. That's great thinking. Rook F3. I mean,
queen. I still like queen D5.
Even more so.
And you can move your queen away to like A4 something. But it's queen E6.
Queen A. I would go queen A4. I would keep the queens on the board if I'm Arseni. Or queen E2.
He's probably worried,
but it would not do his thing for 15 seconds.
He's probably worried about these rooks lining up in the D4 pawn. C5, how he trades queens, and now F6 is a big threat.
F6. He's got to move his rook. He walks right into it.
I think he wants rook E4.
I think he missed F6.
Yeah, based on how he's
Definitely
spending his
missed
time.
F6.
You know what? You could even think about it if your king could quickly get to E6, playing F5. But he takes rook D4, rook
Nice
D5.
move. Takes it. King F2. King F7, and then Black's king is going to get to E6. This should be winning. Well, rook D7.
Get active.
Oh my God.
We need to stop this. I think we have a problem.
This is getting ridiculous.
So here comes the king to E4, but look at how bad White's pawn structure are. All these split pawns.
Horrendous. Rook D7. Brandon wins this 15 times out of 15. You can't play these endgames against him. He's too good in them.
Rook D5, and I mean this rook just rook D2.
Rook D2.
There's rook G3 is like the only hope. A G5.
G5.
Check. Take. Done.
Curtains. Rook takes G5 even.
And rook H3. Rook G.
Okay, one last chance for Arsenidis to get his rook active.
Here
rook
he goes.
H7.
He only has 5 seconds, but he does have an active rook.
Oh, that's a showstopper right there.
That
Or
was
is it?
nasty. Rook C7.
That's the showstopper.
He's like, take me here.
Arsenio trying everything he can. King E4 though. Whoa! Mouse.
That was a mouse slip. Yeah, I was like, did I miss something brilliant there with rook takes
Well, he
C5?
wanted actually rook C6 check and King E4, and he was still in the game. But it's one of those things you're already tilted, Robert, so you're more likely to mouse slip because you're just sort of throwing your mouse at the right square.
Right.
You're hoping it lands there. Okay, this is that 2-point lead again.
Wait, now it's. I thought Brandon was black again. I'm like, didn't he just win with black? Because it's
Right.
a 94 position.
Same repertoire.
Yeah, 95, F4. We've seen this a bunch of times today. He's going for the pawn minority attack for a change. This looks good for White. 95,
yeah,
F4.
Easy to play too. In Bullet, you want to go for positions with clearly defined plans where you can play quickly and you know the moves are good. I like that Jacobson's Knight G5 though.
Mm-hmm. And he's already looking at sacrifices, and he goes Knight D7 instead.
Yeah, but F4.
Ugh.
Bishop H7 check can be
Force
thrown in at
King
some
F8.
point too. This looks really bad.
It does.
Uh-oh.
Knight C5. You might just have to take it.
Winding his tentacles around Black's king here. But okay, solid. Knight
Check.
G5 maybe.
The king has to go there.
Knight G5.
Knight G5, and then threatens bishop takes H3.
Okay, D6.
D6. He wants to take.
I don't like all the weaknesses he's created with that move, though. And Brandon rerouting his knight all the way around to F5 potentially.
And even E4 and trying to bring the knight to D6 makes sense.
Also Queen G3 to prevent F6. Goes E4.
Yeah.
Lovely move.
Maybe just rook D8. It doesn't look great, but you got to do something. I don't want the knight going there.
Arseni cannot afford to lose this game. He needs to pull out a miracle at this point. Knight D6 is coming. It's crushing.
Yes, just straightforward knight F5.
Oh.
Queen F5, something. No, not Queen F5.
Uh-oh. No, there's Knight G5 there and Black hangs on.
Yeah, I'm looking at knight F5 still.
Queen F8. Maybe something. Miracle.
He goes here, so knight G5.
Knight F8.
Yeah, knight F8 also. He's going to take, I guess, and
Ugh.
take A6, check here or something. Take F6 at some point. Ooh.
His Knight G5, there might be H4 in the end. But he's got to move.
Yeah, he's 9 seconds now. He finally retreats his knight there. The one thing he has going for him is his pawn D4 will be a target if the knight captures on C8.
Brandon drops
Bishop
the
E6.
queen back, giving Black a little opportunity.
Take. Your 96 a little bit loose.
Yeah, you can't take F6 here. Brandon tightening the screws. Knight F5 now looks crushing. He's allowed it. Queen F7.
Even knight H6 comes to mind.
Oh, King H8.
Take it.
But now EF, and there's going to be a discovery of some sort. But what is the discovery? Queen takes D4 check.
Oh, that's what look at that with King H2.
Oh, where is it? Knight D6 back. 1 second.
They're both in time trouble. If you take the knight
Gotta go back. Move.
Take on E5.
Oh, barely making it happen, but he's moving. Where's the discovery?
Knight F7.
F7.
Got him.
Oh. I mean, that was impossible to defend that.
No, with no time. I mean,
with 11 minutes, there's plenty of time, Robert, but he has to win now. The first time in the match that it's ballooned to a 3-point lead.
yes. And 12 minutes, just under that, remaining on the match clock. But Arseni, he's the one who's getting outplayed, so he needs to win this game. He has no other choice, and he's a better pawn structure in this game.
Brandon's playing incredibly well, but I think Arseni's problem with black is how passively he's playing. He's playing way too passively, giving Brandon all of the typical plans in these QGD structures. I like what he's doing. Oh, what a response.
Yeah, very necessary response. Well, the C file is really important here. So you can grab A2, but the activity should be pretty good for white.
The pressure is on. This is essentially a must win. And a loss in this game would essentially lose Arseni the match.
That's right. And rook D8 suddenly is a bit of an issue for white to deal with. So he might play, can't play queen b4. There's knight D3. Yikes.
Oh, gosh.
Rook D8?
Rook D8? Uh-oh. I think he just forgot about that. Oh, he is losing the thread of the match.
There's no checkmate back here because the queen covers. And if rook D6, queen D6, queen D6, you'd hope that you mate back here.
Knight D3.
No,
goodbye.
What is rook takes D6?
Anything. Yeah. Okay. This is not one of Arseni's best games in the match.
No. No, he just... Yes. You're looking for some kind of checkmate back here?
No, but with a knight on e5 like that, Brandon's also got the potential of attacking white's king.
Right.
Exactly.
Rook takes f2, then there's rook c8, and now we have to calculate.
Although, even there's not that much to calculate. The king escapes via h6 and g5. I think Brandon's going to go for it. Brandon's kind of guy who will calculate and then play rook takes f2. Trust me.
I did trust you. And look at that. The eval bar starts to creep up. But not because of that.
Not for that reason. Ken?
I don't know what it could have been, but it wasn't that one. Oh, maybe there's queen d8 and rook c8. So we're reversing the order.
Oh, reverting the... No, but it's over.
Yeah, this is just...
Okay, he's trying. Queen f8. But there's going to be a mate of some sort. Knight f3 is mate.
He kept his queen.
Queen c2, rook g1, and g5.
Oh.
Whoa.
King h3. There's no mate. There's no mate on h1. Don't blunder your rook. Oh.
Rook f2, rook f2. And there's no more checks there.
Rook f2, queen h1.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. He's got
f5. Wait. Oh my gosh. He barely got that move off.
Check f5.
Queen e7.
Queen e7. F6. F6. He wins. Wait, but how does he win?
Checkmate in one. And
my god.
He shook his head in just utter disbelief because he almost lost on time.
He was on point 3, I think. And if he would have flagged, it would have been a 2-point match.
Oh my gosh. And we still have 8.5 minutes left. So
enough time,
but the way that this match is going, it seems that Brandon is he can't be stopped right now.
He cannot. And Arseni, he wins this game. There is enough time to play 4 games because we need to remind everybody, as long as there is time on the match clock when a game begins, that game counts, which is crucial in this kind of situation.
That's right. And bishop e3, just bishop d4, just trying to trade pieces. So does a draw, you think, lock up the match for Brandon at this point? Just a single draw?
Yeah, I wasn't a math major and neither were you. So we were, yeah. What were we thinking? Where the history major led us.
Yeah, led me, unfortunately, to commentate with you eventually. So.
Well, led me to commentate with you. So.
Anyway, queen e6 offering queen trade, rook trying to come to d6, then doubling on the d file. It looks like white is better, and the engine says, yeah, whatever, black's fine.
And one of the sub-stories of the match really is Arseni's time usage. Whoa. Rook takes c6. What is he doing?
He wants bishop d7, takes a4, knight c3.
But okay, rook c7. Okay, skeptical, yeah.
But a2 is loose.
Yeah, and then there's bishop f3, e4. That white bishop could get in trouble. That's actually a creative idea. I'm going to give Arseni some credit here.
And that's why he went back to d1, did Brandon.
Very prudent.
You can't trade rooks here because if you take on d8 and then play rook d1, once you take, there's this knight c3 move at the end.
Oh!
Just trying to create a pass pawn.
But you're going to lose all of your queenside pawns.
Knight c3.
Gotta
You
play it.
take and then play e4.
But this is a great example of where black has no choice. He's got to do it, whether it works or not. And he takes a lot of time.
And he's going to play rook d4 next.
Okay.
Or rook
F5.
yeah,
F5.
rook-
Crack that bishop open.
Oh, f5 is a great move. He's going to play c5, I guess. After king
Got a
e3.
chance to win this game.
Or rook d8, maybe. And then rook d2. Yeah, no, this is actually very difficult for white in time trouble.
Black's got that active rook d, a great move.
Wow, that's a fantastic move.
F5.
Yeah, finally.
You got to do it, but he's hesitating here, and this is not the time for that.
F5.
F5. Oh!
Finally.
Might win this.
This pawn, yeah, he's
Oh,
going to
D
take.
and D3. Now black is winning.
Just
Or rook
push
takes
him.
D4.
Oh, white can't move. G5. Look at
F7.
it. Just take and
but
take.
Takes.
Is he going to rook e4 check first? Or what is he thinking about?
He
Oh,
should've.
maybe he should have.
Brandon's tricked him. Oh,
How did that happen? He wants rook f2 and take. But this king.
King F7, though, great move. Arseny brings
E6.
his king up.
Check. And the rook to h4.
He has to win this game.
Oh, that's huge. Take and check.
Take C4. This is winning now.
Take
Just
a4
take it.
maybe? Yeah.
I mean, take B5. This is an easy win for a bullet game.
And we still have over 5 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
I'm a little nervous about this right now.
Uh-oh, rook G4 and king
Rook
G3.
G4, king. Yep, exactly. he got it. And there goes the H pawn. And Brandon just
even better.
He should waste some time.
You should make a couple moves. Every second is golden.
Yeah. No, just play this out.
Great win by Arseny.
Yeah, but Brandon's smart to play this all out.
Okay, so will there be enough time? If Arseny wins a game quickly, then yes. But man, he needs to go fast. And Brandon, he gets mated. Could have wasted a little more time.
Okay, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. And you need to have the last game begin with 1 second remaining. Yes, there is enough time for Arseny to continue this comeback.
Nobody will know what I'm drinking.
All right, so pawn structure doubled for black. Should be a long-term edge for white in that regard, but black has the bishop pair, in particular this dark square bishop.
No, this is exactly the kind of position you want when you're trying to bleed the clock.
Yes, pretty locked up. And no moves yet from, okay, he plays b4, but I was already looking at a5, and I thought that this position could collapse at any moment from white's perspective.
I'm surprised nobody can identify the beverage, but we'll address it later.
I wasn't looking. Take. Uh-oh.
Okay. That white's position has totally collapsed right out of the opening.
Brandon, it's playing some great chess here, and now you can just take because e5 is going to hang.
Wait a minute, but then b7 is going to hang in the end. If you take twice on e4, oh no, you don't want to do that.
What if I just take now? And
yeah, if you want. Okay, rook e1.
Rook e1, okay. Queen d7.
Rook d1. I'll annoy you.
You are annoying me.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm very happy to hear that.
Just move your pieces towards the center.
Yep, that's always a good prescription. But f4 is a bit of a threat, Robert.
That actually is...
Maybe not just a bit of a threat, actually a threat.
Yeah, surprising, because it looks like you should never make that move with your king being on g1. And
13 seconds for Brando.
Good. So he goes back to...
f4.
Then knight d7 and...
f5. Arseny
or
can't...
b7.
He's got to just move. f5.
Here it comes.
Bang.
Here it comes. Watch out. Whoa. He took that pawn?
Around. He's got to be winning for white.
He whispered.
I don't know why I did that.
Can you take and queen c5? I was thinking.
Queen h6.
Uh-oh.
We do that again. Knight takes b7.
That looks good because the knight is not protected in that case. And there it goes.
Oh my goodness. Arseny is rising to the challenge here.
It's
155.
Where's the mate, though? Take on h7, rook e4?
Or rook e4 immediately.
No, rook e4, bishop f5. So take on h7 and rook e4.
He's got to do
But
it.
there's queen b6 check, rook c5. That's important.
Oh, queen g5. He's going to repeat once, but he's
Take on
gotta find
h7.
it.
You have to play it. You have to win
And
this
with
game.
130 left, he might not have enough time,
Yeah, he
even
doesn't.
if he wins.
Okay, well, that actually was kind of nice. But it's going to take so
Okay,
much time.
No, it's not going to have enough time. Brandon can simply milk it in the last game.
Yeah,
Brandon can just milk it. And an incredibly admirable effort here by Arseny, but he dug himself in too deep of a hole.
That's right. And he's up 3 pawns. He's keeping them all right now. Yes, king can hide, and there's no check on the diagonal because you block. H5 is probably the only try, but check and snag.
Well, it's officially over. There's a minute left. This might simply be the last game of the backup.
Yes.
There's going to be a queen g6 and then do the Rosen trick.
G4 and queen f5.
Okay,
Yeah.
he finds it,
There's no Rosen trap here.
and it's over. Brandon's going to milk it, and he can even milk another 15 seconds off this easily.
But credit to Nesterov, because after this game,
Oh, Brandon is so cool.
that was close.
Arseny has to try. Go for his scholar's mate.
I guess, but
Create a mate threat.
just hope that a pre-move happens.
I mean, what a match, Robert. What an inaugural match.
It was awesome. And it goes to show that, you know, for Brandon Jacobson, of course, he was doing well in the blitz, but in the bullet, right? He got out to a huge lead. And the last couple of games are going in Nesterov's favor. So Brandon will take this first match, but going forward, I think the competition, it's only going to get tougher for him. And we'll see if he's going to be able to withstand some of the difficulties that he will face.
Brandon definitely needs to step up his game. He needs to step up his game in several ways. And, you know, he's going to come back. The best kinds of matches to analyze are the ones that you won, because you're happy while you're doing it. His play was excellent in certain stages, but he let Arseny off the hook in certain positions. He's going to analyze. He's going to come back stronger, even stronger in the next match.
And look at this, by the way. Arseny has a minute left, and he's winning. Like,
where was this at the start?
Exactly my question. Where was this? He's clearly capable of playing some great chess quickly, but he's always been deliberating too much.
Queen b3. And this aggressive play, this is how he should have come out at the start. Remember, he won the first bullet game. It was a tied match. I don't like that move, though.
Well, he got a little too aggressive, I guess. Knight to g5. He's trying to... The beverage, is it, I didn't look, was it green tea?
It's an Eastern European soda, type of soda called Tarhun. It's a tarragon-based beverage. It's a guilty pleasure for me.
Why guilty?
Because it's
is it bad for
sugar.
you?
It's like soda. It's like Sprite.
Got it.
But I, you know, once in a while, I let myself go a little bit.
Said tarragon? What's the drink called?
That's why it's green. Tarhun. Tarkhun.
Tarhun. Oof. And this is the final game. 0 seconds remain in the match clock. So they'll just finish this one here. And what's the material count? Knight, bishop for rook and pawn, although these are some queenside passers.
Yes.
Knight c5.
Exactly.
Ooh, knight b6 even better.
And he's going to win the b3 pawn.
Ouch.
And Brendan might take this one as well. It's purely cosmetic at this point.
Well, if rook a3, you just take. So that's...
Even knight d5. Although trading one pair of rooks generally favors the side of the passer. In this case, black.
Uh-oh.
Rook a3, rook b6.
Yeah,
and
this is...
offer draw.
No, he's going to try to win. He's up a pawn. Yeah, objectively, this, of course, is a draw. Well-known rook endgame 4 against 3. But we saw what happened in the drawn position earlier, right? That game was pretty critical when Brandon entered the king and pawn endgame and won that.
That was remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Okay, that's smart. Going after this pawn. I'm going to go after this pawn.
I feel like Arseny learned these techniques when he was like 2. All right, now we're going to do you know, I'm going to feed you some applesauce and little Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
Oh my gosh.
And the problem is that black 8, ooh, wait a minute. Dvoretsky or no Dvoretsky, King F5 is coming. Here's Johnny.
And if rook E3.
F6. Oh.
Wow. That was
wait, it's
nice.
It's about creating chances, but Arseny remains on top. King F7.
This king is almost trapped there.
Zugzwang.
Wow.
What a match. These two players, they gave it their absolute all. And this is why we love the JSCC, Robert. I know it's a cliche, but the amount of effort that's put into every one of these games is out of this universe. It's amazing.
It really is. And for somebody like Brandon Jacobson, he's a little bit more known, but Arseny Nesterov, probably not as familiar to our broader audience, but a fantastic player. He was very close here, neck and neck with Brandon Jacobson, and it was the speed that killed him.
The speed all throughout the match. Sometimes Arseny displayed incredible composure and time pressure, but you just can't get into those situations game in and game out against Brandon. And Jacobson showed that today. What a match we just saw. A great way to kick off the week. We will have the players for an interview and we will make some concluding thoughts. So please do not go anywhere. Stick around. We're going to take a short break and get everybody set up.
But Danya, before we go to the break, we need to make an announcement. I hate to be
make an announcement.
The corporate spiel and all that stuff, but I was told we have to mention that chess.com.
Okay, fine, mention it, do it. All right, chess.com hiring. Okay.
Yeah. You gave me a vice president title, which is me and one other person. It's just the two of us. I'm the vice president of our commentary team, but there's a vice president of member experience and the other positions you see in front of you. So apply today at chess.com/jobs.
No, this is an important announcement. Chess.com is expanding. We need more good people to replace the bad commentators. So make sure to go to chess.com/apps. Okay, can I go to the break now, Robert? Do I have your permission?
You never need my permission,
okay.
Daniel.
All right. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Back with the players in just a little while. back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We have the victor of our inaugural match here, Grandmaster Brandon Jacobson, with us for a quick interview. Brandon, congratulations. That was an epic match. You went back and forth, back and forth. Can we start by you walking us through your emotions as the match went on? And did you think that you had it in the bag at some points, then Arseny came back? When did you feel like you finally had this match secured?
Yeah, so I mean, as soon as like the first few 5-minute games were done, I immediately knew I felt kind of off. And right toward the end of the 5-minute, I felt like I was starting to find my form again. But then he really picked it up. Like he played extremely well in the 3-minute, he put a lot of pressure. Like he had all these tough positions with like literally 1 second on the clock to like over a minute, and he's defending perfectly. Like, and he really put a lot of pressure. So going to the match, like I assumed we were probably like similarly leveled in 5-minute and the 3-minute portion. And then I figured I'd probably have an advantage in the 1 minute just because of my online experience. But then, yeah, the way he played some of those time scrambles really made me second guess myself. But then going into the bull, I just tried to forget everything about the match and just fully focus on trying to trust my instincts and play fast. And yeah, it worked out. But I didn't really feel like I had the match until the very end, honestly. Like, even at the very end, I mean, when I was up, 3-4 games, he started to come back. So it was never really over until it was over.
And going into the match, did you think of a specific number of how many, how close you wanted to be going into Bullet? Because at least on paper, your rating is so much higher than his. And of course, as you said, that's where you would be the biggest favorite. So was that part of the pre-match strategy?
I mean, I didn't really think of it that way. Like I figured if it's even going into Bullet, I probably have good chances, but I was just trying to do the best I could in every portion. I wasn't really planning it out too much.
Mm-hmm. Brandon, you started by playing 1 or 2 King's Indians with Black, and then you sort of reverted back to your main opening, the Queen's Gambit declined as the match went on. Was this a conscious decision? Did you come in thinking that you play the King's Indian exclusively and then decided to revert back to what makes you more comfortable? Can you walk us through what's behind your opening choices throughout this match?
Yeah, so I mean, I briefly looked at this line that I played with Rook F4 in one of the 5-minute games last night, and he immediately played this B4 Rook B1, which I haven't looked at, and it felt like he just understood these positions a lot better than I did, because I'm not really a King's Indian expert. I mean, maybe from the white side because of all our games, Tanya, but from the black side, not so much. And it felt like he sort of understood the way to play that much better than I did, and it felt like, especially for Blitz, like I'd probably need to sit there for a minute figuring out exactly what to do. And by then it's already going to be tough. So I figured the best strategy was just to try to be solid with Black and then try to push with White. Because I think we actually made a lot of draws in the QGD going like throughout the entire match. So I think I was pretty happy with just being solid with Black given the match situation.
Yeah, and you and Daniel play each other all the time. So during the match, do you think at all, hey, this is weird, Daniel's talking about me and I can't say anything back?
Well, see, normally, right, when he's trash talking me on stream, I can counter and say some things in his chat, but I know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying behind my back now, so it's making me a bit uncomfortable. But
you didn't miss much, Brandon. I have one more question for you. You, if I read the bracket right, are playing the winner of a Wonder Liang against Andrew Hong. Mm-hmm. Who are you excited to play more? And are you excited at the potential prospect of a rematch against Mr. Hong?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice, especially because we're good friends. So obviously, quite a bit to say after our match. But I mean, I'd be happy to play either. Obviously, they're both really strong players. I don't think I've really played a Wonder much. I mean, I've played him a few times over the years, but not really in like a longer match. So I think that'll be interesting, just seeing how that goes.
And I have a last question for you. I mean, this match lasts about 3 hours. You're used to very long matches against Ganya and other people, online. How do you feel right now? Are you tired, or is it just another day in the life of Brandon Jacobson?
Are you in for a 30-second match after
I'm so down. I will play all night. But honestly, like, my brain is kind of tired, but I still feel a little bit shaky from the bullet. Also, I've been sipping my coffee the whole time. So that in combination with the bullet is making me a bit shaky. So I need to calm down. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm excited for more 30-second against Danya if he decides to stream later.
Well, in all seriousness, get a little rest. I'll stream later. We'll hop on. But congratulations, Brandon. That was an amazing match. Thank you for giving it your all, and congratulations on the win.
Congrats.
Okay, Robert, the first match is in the books, and this year will not disappoint once again. I can already tell.
Oh, that was an awesome first match. I actually thought maybe the score would have been a little more lopsided because they were so close heading into Bullet. I thought Brandon would have pulled away, but Arseni scored a few late victories, and he and Brandon Jacobson now awaits the winner of a Wonder Liang against Andrew Hong. He mentioned that Andrew's a good friend of his. They had some friendly ribbing after Andrew took him down in that qualifier. And honestly, I hope Andrew never submits a photo for this event. I
hope so too.
I like the Green Goblin against the Red Nova. How do you choose between those two? And hopefully you're not colorblind.
Speed of Light and Red Nova, epic names. That is coming your way Thursday, April 14th. That's just a few days from now at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. New York time. Mark your calendars. And if you ever forget the times, remember, you can always go to go.chess.com/JSCC2022. That's go.chess.com/JSCC2022 for all of the information, including all of the schedule, the format, and all of the other good stuff. Robert, your final thoughts on today's inaugural match. I don't think we could have asked for a better match in terms of the quality and in terms of the closeness and the effort that all of the players put in. What do you think?
Yeah, it was great to hear from Brandon just there because he gave Arseni a lot of credit. He said in that King's Indian, he understood it better. He was finding these great moves in time trouble. So he understood that he was in for a tough match, and yet he came out on top. He said he was shaky. That's what happens when you play matches with quite a bit at stake. So he has that experience now. He's made it through against Arseni Nesterov. He doesn't know who his next opponent will be, but now he gets the fun part. He gets to relax. He gets to watch the next few matches, and then it will be determined whether he'll face a Wonder or Andrew. That match happens on Thursday.
Yes, it does. You do not have long to wait. Title Tuesday tomorrow, Arena Kings on Wednesday. And of course, the next match on Thursday. The JSCC is underway. What an exciting few months we have. But for now, it is time for us to say goodbye and to wish you a great week. Robert, a pleasure as always, friend. Nobody I'd rather cover the JSCC with. And I'd also like to thank everybody watching on Twitch and YouTube. We had a huge contingent. Chat was really active, and that's what makes it so magical. But now for our producer, Matt, who did an excellent job, and our entire team at chess.com, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Daniel Narditsky saying goodbye from the inaugural match of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will see you on Thursday.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.